Hello, YouTube friends. Thank you for waiting patiently. Sorry about the delay there. I was just telling everybody on Twitch what we're working on today. We got some big plans. Very, very excited for today's stream. So, I just covered what we've gotten done in Withered Wasteland. I've been neglecting all my other regions because I want to finish Withered Wasteland before I move on to... I'll probably do Rocky Ridge next, or maybe I'll do my Cloud Island next, so you guys can actually visit it if you have the game. I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat what you guys think we should work on next, but I'm leaning towards Rocky Ridge because I kind of want to redo the museum, and I have some really cool ideas for Rocky Ridge. I've already done a little bit of work there before I reach the end game. Anyway... Concerning Withered Wasteland, we're about 70% done with the build, which is great. My guess is a few more weeks, maybe 2, maybe 3, and I'll be done with this build. What we have left here is this section down here. I haven't touched this. But now this whole cliff top is finished. We got the Mosslack Shrine. We have this whole pathway is set up. We got a nice little gazebo over here. We have the cliffside waterfall market here. We have... Squirtle, Blastoise, Wartortle's house here. We have the flower shop. Beautiful little flower shop here. And yesterday, if you were here on the stream, we made a cliffside, or sorry, a dockside, what's the word I'm looking for? Cafe. I haven't done the interior of it, but you come into the cafe, there's going to be like, you know, a little coffee stand and stuff, and like, you know, a little menu board, little counter. And then you come down here to the dock, and there's going to be tables and chairs along the dock here. And I might even do... I don't know, it's kind of hard to make a boat out of blocks, but I would like to do a little boat down here. I feel like that would be fun. But yeah, this whole main area is done. Like, Professor Tangrowth's cave is done. Oh, I forgot, we also have the beach to do. I got to do the beach. I haven't touched this. So yeah, okay. We have the beach. We have that one section over there on the left... Sorry, my camera's reversed. So, on the left, and then we have to do this little Pokemon village back here.
Daddy, chill.
So we have this little village back here. Yo, Pops, hello! And we have this section. But today we're going to be working on one of my biggest projects, one of the things I've been putting off for a very long time, and I'm really excited to work on it. I have some very cool plans for this build. If you look around this region... It's not really the best place for fire Pokemon, right? Like, you know, this was originally Fuchsia City, so it's very good for grass types. There's, you know, some good spots for water types here, but where are the fire type Pokemon supposed to live, right? And that's something I was thinking a lot about because I do have a lot of fire Pokemon in this area. Right now, they're all crammed into this little cave. Hey, Pops, thank you! Let's go! We are now officially over halfway on the goal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Probably Horton Wave, probably Horton Wave, probably Horton Wave.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, big goal number today. We're on number 149 in a row. That's actually crazy. Absolutely insane. Shailene said there's quite a lot left, but your wasteland looks really awesome and colorful. Thank you. So right now my fire Pokemon are all crammed into this little cave, but they love it apparently. I looked at my PC and it said they all said that it's awesome. They all, they're living the life in here, but they're gonna have a much better life because I'm making deep underground. I am making the ultimate fire Pokemon habitat. This is going to be a massive, massive build. There's gonna be lava. Like lava falls, lava pools, molten rock, fires, like, you know, caves, you know, carved out for the fire Pokemon. Basically what I did is I carved out a huge box shape to like kind of, you know, figure out what we're working with here. So what we're going to do today, we're going to texturize it. So that's what I was working on a bit last night. I've already started texturizing it. So basically these were just flat walls. And don't worry, we're not going to be using gravel for this. We're going to be using black rock for the entire interior, along with the little shiny rocks down here and the magma rocks. Right now, the gravel is just filler because I don't want to waste all my black rock So I just need to put black rock on the ones on the outside here. So that's what we're gonna be working on. We're gonna be working on texturizing this wall. You know, we'll carve out some little holes in the wall to have it kind of go in. We'll bring some blocks out. So yeah, it's gonna be a big project today, but we got time. And this is one of those things that I don't have to constantly tear down and rethink. You know, I can just kind of wing it, and I think we could pull it off. All right. Scylla said Mewtwo's ideal habitat is dark and he lives in my house and his comfort is awesome. You know, what's funny about that is even if they're not in their ideal habitat, that's why a lot of people, when they see my build, they're like, you know, they'll see some Pokemon I'm not going to harvest these. They'll see that I have some Pokemon like living without beds and without toys. Like I have Pokemon living in my garden. So like, I think Oddish and Bellsprout both live in here. And people are like, how do you keep them happy? There's no bed, there's no toys. They don't even need that stuff. If you just give a Pokemon its favorite food, and not just its favorite flavor, not just like a basic berry, but like a good cooked meal. Like if they love sweet food, if you give them a potato hamburger steak, their comfort level will skyrocket. If you keep doing that, you can have a Pokemon that lives in a trash can with nothing around, and they will be like, this is awesome. I get the best food all the time, and they're just happy about it. So it's pretty funny, you know, you can just give them, as long as you give them good quality meals, they're pretty flexible. They're pretty flexible. Now, I do like making happy little homes for them, you know what I mean? Like for some of them, especially if they don't have good utility. Like I have sprinklers. I don't need Pokemon to water my crops. So for Squirtle and Blastoise and Wartortle, they can just live in here, you know what I mean? They can just live in this beautiful house. But Pokemon with utility or Pokemon that drop useful items, I usually put them in convenient places. Oh my god, I did not mean to do that. I thought I had the Magnemite form set up. I was about to fly away and I chopped down my bush instead. Okay. Well, we're just going to put that back. And it'll regrow in a couple of days. Hey, Miss Crumpet! What is up, my friend? Long time no see indeed. Great to have you. Great to have you. How have you been? Have you been playing any Pokopia? What have you been, what kind of games have you been on these days? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope life is good on your side of the world, friend. All right, let me make sure we got YouTube chat open here as well. I want to make sure we have YouTube and Twitch pulled up. There we go. There we go. Give me 1 second. Okay. Perfect, perfect. All right, now that we've gone over what we got planned, let's get to work. Like I said, we got a lot of work to do. And at first I was saying I was going to do a lot of this off stream because I thought it might be boring watching me place blocks. But while I was working on it last night, I was like, this is actually pretty cool. I think people might like to see this cave come together. So, and you know, we don't need any of this stuff. Everything I need, I think, for now at least, is already down there in the cave. So I'm just going to put some things away and we're going to head down there and get to work. Let's throw this in here too. Also, feels good to be on time today. Again, very, very sorry that I was so late to the stream yesterday, everybody. My apologies, my apologies. I spent much longer than I was hoping on our weekly Dream Snap guide. But it was a pretty complex challenge this week, and I wanted to make sure I got the video right. So I made, yeah, we're gonna grab some chili sauce so we can make lava. Hang on, let me see what Chef wants. Oh, Lepa berries. Okay, all right. 1 Lepa berry. That's, you messing with me? I guess he doesn't like me that much. Gives me one of the most common berry in the game. Yeah, we're just going to get this stuff out of my pockets here. And I might grab a little bit of food, a little bit. Well, no, I think we got plenty. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We don't need any food. Aquana said, the YouTube video is worth the wait if you ask me. Nice. Happy to hear it, my friend. Happy to hear it. Yeah, a lot of people yesterday, when I did finally go live, said the video was super helpful. I've learned that as far as Dream Snaps go, when it comes to challenges that are open-ended like that, a lot of people can struggle with that, which is reasonable because, I mean, if you think about it, when a challenge is clearly defined and it's like, hey, make a frosty fairy build, or recreate Cinderella's enchanting night, or, I don't know, create a vibrant jungle scene, you know exactly what to do. You know what kind of setting to go with, you know what kind of items to use. But when a challenge is like, okay, make a dream. It's like, sorry, what? A dream, you say? That could be anything. So I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the wording in that challenge and how you can make a dream snap actually feel like a scene from a dream. Oh, there is one more thing I need. I want the blue crystals as well. We have the red crystals, but I'm going to make like giant geodes in some of the walls. So I would like to get some more of the crystals. For now, we're mostly... I think I might have used all my gravel. No, we have a little bit more. We're not going to use the black rock yet. We're going to focus on building things out with the basic rock. I will go ahead and grab some, though. We can go ahead and add the black rock to the texturized walls we've done so far. I hope I have enough black rock. I've been saving it for a while. Hopefully I have enough. K-Max says happy Friday. Thank you, Kay. Thank you. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Breezy said I was completely lost on what to do, so your video definitely helped me make a decision and how I want to do mine. I think what I'm going to go with for mine is that cloudy crystal style scene. It feels so magical, and I love having the bed on the side. And again, I highly recommend adding a bed and, you know, experimenting with like light bloom and saturation, because if you do that, you know, it should come across quite well that it is a scene from a dream, you know. So I think those are, you know, definitely some things worth considering. And yes, this is going to be a lot of busy work today, like placing blocks. But on the bright side, whenever we do stuff like this, I can just read chat the whole time. I can just talk with you guys like the entire time. I won't get too distracted. Aquana said, it's also hard to know how to make sure people find it on theme with these very open-ended challenges, like a dream. So the video helps a lot. Yeah, that's something I really wanted to focus on for that video, because you're absolutely right. There's been a lot of people on Facebook sharing posts of what I've heard, and people are using the new Celestial items, right? Because it's in the shop. And usually when Gameloft puts something in the shop, it works with the theme. But people on Facebook are like, oh, that's not on theme. That's just a Celestial scene. And some people might feel that way. Even if, you know, your dream is a Celestial dream, they still might feel that way about your submission if you don't do something to make sure the voters can figure out that it is indeed a dream. So adding a bed, increasing the light bloom, things like that are going to be very impactful this week. And I think that's what's ultimately going to separate a lot of people from, you know, whether they get 4K or do not get 4K, is how well exactly they deliver on that dream experience. So I'm glad the video is worth the wait. You know, I hate being late to the stream. It always bothers me. You know, like, I tend to be pretty hard on myself when I'm that late, and it stresses me out like nothing else, dude. I've always been that way, though, even with, like, you know, other jobs I've had in the past. Like, if I'm running behind, oh my god, dude, it freaks me out. I think it goes back to, like, my first job when I was, like, a teenager. I was working at Chick-fil-A, and I was, like, young. I would always get chewed out for being, like, 3 minutes late or 5 minutes late, or I would always get stuck in traffic. And, yeah, like, ever since then, I'm just, like, I absolutely hate being off schedule. But sometimes duty calls, you know, there's an important video to do, there's a lot of editing to work on, and it is what it is. Yeah, that's going to look pretty good. That's going to look pretty good. Let's finish this corner section here. And then we're going to start placing more of these blocks. But I'm liking the way this looks. This is going to probably be one of the coolest builds I've ever made. Possibly in any game. Like, I have this... I don't really have, like, a vision of the complete build, but I have an idea of what it's going to be like. Having the minecart kind of go through it, and I want the minecart to, like, go under lava waterfalls, but there will be like a bridge that the lava fall hits, and then the lava goes out and the minecart goes under it. And, you know, we'll have the elevator as well. And I'm going to have these little geode caves. I got some cool ideas for this. Some cool ideas. And a lot of them came to me and I was working on this last night. What do I do with Ho-Oh once I call him? Just talk to him. He won't move in, but if you talk to him, you'll register him to the Pokedex. All you got to do is just, when he shows up, ring the bell, and then he'll come down, and you just go up to the bell and speak with him, and then you'll have him officially registered in the Dex. That's all you got to do with him. And yeah, this is exactly why I... Dang it, I mean to put that there. This is why I use gravel first, because there's so much gravel on the inside of this, and it would be a waste. It would be a waste to make all of this out of black rock, because I don't know if I have enough for this whole cave. So doing pieces like this has been, you know, basically start with like rock or gravel and then swap them out. But now that I got a good feel for it, I might not have to do that. All right. If I'm not 15 minutes early, I feel like I'm 20 minutes late all day. Fair, fair. Okay, I wasn't sure if I needed to build him something, so now it's off to place the last Mew block. Nice, nice. Yeah, you don't have to make anything for him. He won't move in. He'll just swoop down and say hello. Get a little interaction with him. Add him to the Pokedex. Same thing with Lugia. Bro, Magnemite is such an awesome transformation. All right, let's do this little section here, and then I think we'll be about good. Or at least good to start some more areas. Kind of excited to see how this looks when we get it all done here. And once these sections are all built up, I'm going to start adding little lava openings on some of these rocks. That didn't take too long. That wasn't too bad. Hopefully this is like somewhat relaxing and enjoyable to watch. I hope it doesn't bore the heck out of you guys today. It's one of the reasons I've been doing a lot of this off stream. Hey, we got Mushu in the chat. What is up, my friend? Hello, Mushu. How's it going, brother? How's it going? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. 10 months, where's the time gone? Dude, you know, the older I get, the faster time moves. At this point, I feel like give it another 5 years and a month is going to feel like 10 minutes. But yeah, time really flies. Thankfully, I got plenty of food because we're going to be burning through it today. All right, let's see how that looks. Okay, yeah. That looks good. That looks good. Has a good cave-like feel. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this in a little bit more, and we're going to do like a little geode cave with crystals and stuff back in there. That's going to look awesome. And then I'm going to do another smaller one of those right here. That's why that's carved out like it is. Scuttle said it's not boring, at least to me. It's relaxing. Good, good, good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Hufflepuff said my skyscraper base is done in the wasteland. The perfect place to glide to get anywhere. Poor Lugia and Ho-Oh have to avoid it. It's that tall. That's funny. He's got to like fly around it. All right, well, let's bring... Yeah, I need to bring this portion of the wall down. So we're going to go... Let's go with 4. And I'm going to go flat, actually. There we go, there we go. Make it a little bit easier. I'm going to bring this out a smidge. Yeah, just texturizing this cave is going to be a huge project, but it's going to make it feel way more real and, like, authentic. I don't want it to feel like a giant box, which is kind of what it feels like right now, so... That's good. Oh, we gotta bring this out. Actually, we don't have to bring that out too far. Let's just bring it out a little bit. Go 1 block back here. I kind of want that one hanging out over. That'd be kind of cool to see. Alright, that's looking pretty good. We'll need to make some little holes in the wall here. Because not only do we want the wall kind of coming out in certain places, we also want it going in certain places. We're trying to make this feel as much like an authentic cave as possible. I wish I could delete, like, multiple blocks at once. You know how you could swap multiple blocks at once? It would be so nice if you could delete them that way. Okay, that's a pretty good sizable hole. We'll just hollow out the center there. Okay, nice. Yeah, and it's right in between these two alcoves here, so that works. Now, it might be faster for me to give myself enough space and then use punches instead of the Magnemite ability here. We'll try that. We'll try that. Citricat said I'm using this as background noise as I build a one-piece Lego hubby surprised me with. Oh, cool, cool. Well, enjoy your Lego building. That's fun. Sounds like a good, relaxing Friday activity. LOTR said, although yesterday I was too relaxed and started falling asleep while painting, so I had to leave the stream and listen to energetic music. Cozy games will do that. They'll do that. Especially with the chill music. Sometimes I'll play my own music, but since we're live on YouTube, it's kind of tricky. Like, Twitch is way more gracious with copyright. Like, I can play, like, certain... There's, like, lo-fi playlists where artists have made their music available on Twitch. But on YouTube, nope. I will get a copyright on my video. It'll remove monetization. But I do have some songs I think are pretty safe to play on YouTube. I just wish it was everything I use on Twitch as well. Because since we started streaming on YouTube, I've had to be a little bit more cautious with, you know, like what music I'm using. Yeah, inside of some of these, like, little alcoves we're making in the cave wall, I'm going to do, like, crystals and, like, the glowing rocks. It's going to be pretty cool. I actually might set one... Yeah, let's bring this... I'm going to put one right here, actually. Then I'll put another one back in this cut. There we go. That should be good enough. Yeah, that's pretty texturized. I like it, I like it. We're almost done with the first wall. I think on this side I'm going to build up, because we've been building down from those bigger structures. I kind of want one that goes up here. We'll do an outline with black rock first. Let me seal off this little crevice here. Yeah, so I'm going to go here. Over two, let's go, yeah, over two, then up one. Yo, yo, Left Shark,
Hello,
thank
hello,
you, my
hello.
friend.
What did I miss?
Not too much. We're finally working on the fire Pokemon cave. After putting this on the back burner for quite a while, pretty excited to finally be getting into it. It's one of my biggest projects ever in this game, so probably, well, I would say it's probably equal with the Pokemon Mansion. It's probably about just as big as the Pokemon Mansion was going to be. So this is a pretty sizable project we're working on here. It's going to be a lot of placing blocks. Right now, what we're working on, Left Shark, is texturizing these cave walls. If you were here when I showed this earlier, it's like we carved out this huge square, or this huge box area for our fire Pokemon lava cave that we're going to have in here. But I don't want it to feel like a giant box. So now that we've carved out the area, we're really just like texturizing the cave. And we're going to use black rock throughout the entire thing. And essentially what we're doing is bringing the cave walls out in some areas, especially near the top, and then forcing them in other areas, just to give it more of a natural feel. And we're raising it up here a little bit as well. I can keep that hollow, too. That way we can conserve black rock. I was not trying to put that there. Okay, fine. Okay, that looks pretty good. We gotta fill in a few gaps down here that we can see through. Alright, that should be good. Let's bring this down. This feels a little bit too uniform. I'm going to blast this. Oh, okay. I'm glad I have a lot of food. That looks so cool. For my snap this week, I reused one of your favorite snaps I made, and I'm kind of excited about the newer version. Ooh. Which one? Which one? I'm excited to see it. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, that's pretty good. We're going to texturize this little spot right here just a little. All right, nice. Now we can swap all that for black rock. Limitless Landscapes, the Disney World Park. Ooh. Yeah, dude. Oh, man, I still have my Limitless Landscape build. I kept mine, too. That was one of my favorite Snap challenges ever. Having a challenge that was literally all about the landscape and, you know, having one that was, like, specifically like, hey, it's, you know, it's not about the avatar, it's not about villagers, not about pets. It's all about the setting. I loved that challenge. I would say that's probably still one of my all-time favorite submissions that I've done. Senora, hello, my friend. Welcome, Senora, welcome. It is great to see you on this fine Friday. All right, let's see. Rob said, why is there only one piece in the set? Sounds like it's going to be tiny. Are you talking about her one-piece Lego set? You're so funny. Honestly, I didn't even know they had a one-piece Lego set. That's kind of cool. One piece. Yeah, how do you build a Lego set when there's only one piece? How does that work? That's funny. You're so silly, Rob. There we go. Yeah, looking good, looking good. Now, I think for this area, I'm just going to add a little bit of texturing, not a whole lot. Now we just need a little something over here. Now this one I'll make a little bit bigger. We're going to be eating a lot of food today, I can tell you that. Also, guys, if the music, you know, if the Pokopia, let me know if the Pokopia music gets, like, too boring. I will put on some kind of playlist that we can probably ride with on YouTube, honestly. So, LOTR, if you end up starting to fall asleep again due to the relaxing vibes being a little bit too relaxing, let me know. Let me know. I'll make some adjustments there. Dino, what up, my friend? Hey, I've been using a lot of your Withered Wasteland designs as inspo for my own since I wanted a hyper nature vibe, but gosh, I wish I had your mind. Well, thank you, my friend. That is very nice of you. That is very nice of you. And, yeah, I'm glad you found some inspo from the builds. To be honest, like, as far as the way my builds come together, I never really know quite what I'm doing. It may seem like the opposite. It may seem like I've got everything figured out. But for a lot of my builds, I just keep trying and then tear things down and change things until I'm, like, satisfied with them. I have played a lot of, like, decor games, though. I've got a lot of hours into Dreamlight Valley. I've got a lot of hours in Animal Crossing. I've done a lot in Minecraft. And because of that, I feel like I have a pretty good feel for games like this, and that's definitely been helpful. Have you seen what we're working on today, Dino? We're still in the Withered Wasteland. I've talked about this a little bit. My Withered Wasteland is a very nature-inspired build, as you know. And the one drawback to that is I have a lot of fire-type Pokemon that don't really have a great home here. So we're actually working on a massive fire Pokemon home for all the fire Pokemon that live in Withered Wasteland. I'm texturizing this giant cave that's underground. It's all going to be filled with black rock, and there's going to be, like, tons of magma falls, and, like, just, I'm super excited to see how this looks when it all comes together. We've almost finished our first wall, so we're making some decent progress. When I found your first TikTok, I was like, okay, so I'm clearly playing a different game, but I've learned Pokopia is a game of trial and error and trusting the process. Absolutely, my friend. Also, very cool that you found us on TikTok. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. We recently broke 10K follows on TikTok, actually, and it's funny because I wasn't doing anything with my TikTok like last year. I hit like 5,000 followers, and then I just like left it alone. But going into 2026, I was like, you know what? I'm going to start making some, because I do a lot for YouTube. Like YouTube, I am more well-known over here. And for live streams, I'm much more well-known on Twitch. So that's where most people are watching me today. But there's, I just started streaming on YouTube like 3 weeks ago. But yeah, in 2026, I was like, I'm going to start doing a lot more. I started posting more Cult of the Lamb content. And then when Pokopia came out, I started covering that. And it's been great. It's been great. Yo, Smashly, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's start putting in all the black rock here. I have big aspirations for this cave, though. We're going to have, like, loads of lava and, like there's going to be, like, lava falls, and I'm going to have a minecart system that goes through it. I got big plans for this build, big plans. This might be one of my most ambitious builds, with the exception of the Pokemon Mansion. I think that was a little bit, maybe equally ambitious. I mean, the mansion by itself wasn't super ambitious, but the connecting structures were. Like having the berry farm connected to it, the storage room under it, and this is actually going to be part of the mansion as well. So I guess we're still working on the mansion, because this little shaft over here, this is for the elevator that goes straight up into the mansion. So I'm gonna have like furnaces and stuff down here for the fire Pokemon. That way I can just hop on the elevator and smith some ingots here. Teresa Martinez says, I love watching your videos. Hey, let's go. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that greatly. One of the most valuable things you can give a content creator is your time. So taking the time to check out the videos. I put a lot of work into them. I put a lot of love and time and passion into my various video projects. So I'm just thankful you guys are willing to give them the time of day, and I'm glad you enjoy them. But yeah, we started the year with like 5,000 TikTok followers. And as soon as I started posting TikToks, because, I've gotten pretty good at editing. I've been making content now for, over 6 years. And as soon as I started posting regularly on TikTok, we've gotten a lot busier over there. And I've been taking those videos and sharing them on... Oh my god, that reminds me, I forgot to put my new TikTok/YouTube short on Facebook today. I've been posting my Facebook, my TikToks to Facebook as well. I might need to do that in a second. Yeah, I'll do that a bit later. I always forget. Facebook Reels are hit or miss, though. It's like I always get more traction on TikTok. I get the most traction when it comes to short format. YouTube has been hit or miss with Pokopia. Like some of my Pokopia shorts on YouTube have done really well, whereas most of them have done, you know, best on TikTok. For YouTube, my long format tends to be a bit more popular. That said, my Cult of the Lamb YouTube shorts, those actually went crazy. Those did really good. February was the best month we've ever had on YouTube. Even though we've been making content on YouTube with Dream My Valley for so long, my YouTube shorts in the month of February that covered Cult of the Lamb when the update came out gave us the best month we've ever had on YouTube, and it wasn't even the game I'm most well known for, so that's pretty crazy. Yeah, following that, I was like, yeah, I definitely need to be more proactive with posting shorts and short-form content. Did you change the YouTube badges? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I've been reworking channel memberships. Since we started streaming on YouTube, you know, there's been several people that have joined the ranks of the channel members over here. And I've been wanting to revamp it, make it a bit more rewarding. And, you know, since some people that support on YouTube also support on Twitch, I wanted to make sure there were some differences there. So we have ramen noodle badges for the YouTube members. If you're a new member, you get a ramen noodle packet, like a little packet. Once you've been a member for, I think, a month or two or something, you get a little ramen noodle bowl. And once you've been a channel member, I think for like 6 months, I think you get a gold or something. I don't know. There's a. I'll have to check and see. But there's a bunch of fun, different ramen noodle badges. A little bowl of ramen. Who doesn't love ramen? Yeah, we have the capybara badges on Twitch, and the ramen badges on YouTube. But yeah, not only that, Ashley, but I also added new emotes as well. Oh, are you on Twitch? Would it be possible to get a link? Yeah, for sure, brother. I got you. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I just started streaming on YouTube just a few weeks ago, so I'm kind of a baby over here, but Twitch is where I do most of my live streams, but now I'm dual streaming. So as of 3 weeks ago, has it been 3 weeks, you guys? I think it's been 3 weeks. Yeah, as of about 3 weeks ago, I started dual streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, but I've been streaming on Twitch much longer. YouTube was usually just where I would put like my video content, but a lot of people that like my videos were asking me to stream over here. Hey, there's Dino. What up, what up? Welcome, my friend, welcome. So yeah, it was like one of those things that I wanted to start being better about, and I finally did. Dino says, hello, new friends. Twitch chat, welcome Dino into the fam, you guys. Let's give Dino a warm welcome. Got a brand new friend in the building coming over from YouTube. You guys say, can someone fill me in on what the exciting news was? Oh, the exciting news is that we're actually working on the fire cave today. That's the exciting news. Because I was telling you guys that I was going to do most of this off stream, but I did a little bit of work on it last night. And I was like, you know what? I think it's going to be pretty cool for chat to see it come together. Because I was only going to stream adding the details to this. I was only going to share when we were adding the magma falls and the decor, but I decided, you know what? it would be great to get the footage out there of us actually building this, because I'm sure when it's done, people are going to want to know how it was made. So streaming it on YouTube means the video will be out there for good and available, and you guys get to see it come together. So I got to get you updated on what we've covered so far. Rob said, welcome, Dina. You're going to love it here. Your name cracks me up, Rob. That's got to be one of the craziest Twitch names of all time, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, that looks really good. The textures are really looking good here. This feels like a very authentic cave. Can't wait to get some extra details in there. But yeah, Dino, as far as drawing inspiration from, like, what other people do, there are 2 things built in my Withered Wasteland that I actually saw on Dream Islands. I altered them slightly, but I made a new shrine for Mosslax. I moved Mosslax to my Withered Wasteland. He works good for the nature element, and then also, since it's like my main base of operations, I really wanted to have Mosslax close by instead of having to go to, you know, Bleak Beach every time I need to interact with him. And on the Cloud Island, where I come across a lot of the rare items I want to print and, like, the rare flowers I want to print, the player had a really cool Mosslax shrine, and I really liked it. So I actually made a TikTok about it today. I posted it right before I went live. I'm not sure if you saw that one today, but I mentioned in that video that the inspiration for the shrine was from that Dream Island, and then I shared a link to the Dream Island. Mine is a little bit different. You know, I went with, like, berry lights instead, and of course it's in a totally different place, and it has, like, a big walkway attached to it. But yeah, even some of the builds I have been, you know, created on inspiration from what other people have made in this game. It's funny, sometimes people will be like, hey, I really like what you did. Like, is it okay if I use that idea? And I'm like, dude, you really don't have to ask. You know, that's one of the reasons I like sharing my content. If you ever see anything that I've built or created and you would like to incorporate it into your builds, that's awesome. That's like the highest level of praise possible. You can pick up... Oh, for Mosslax? Yeah, Che Luna, Ashley answered you in chat there, but yes, Ashley is correct. Once you're done with all of... So Mosslax has a bunch of quests, of course, that are tied in with Bleak Beach. So once you finish Bleak Beach, and once you've completed Mosslax's little side quest, whenever his offering dish is empty, you can pick it up and put it in your inventory. If you take it to a different region or a different biome and place it down and then put food on it, it becomes a habitat for Mosslax. And if you leave the area and come back, Mosslax will show up there. So you can't, like, you know, hang out with him or have him follow you to a new home. But what you can do is move his bowl or move his offering dish. Take it to where you want him to be, drop some food on it. Leave the area and come back, or just reload the area. And boom. You have now successfully relocated Mosslax. Oh, crap. I need to texturize this spot. Okay, well, before we fill that in, we'll have to come back to that. Yeah, we haven't done that little zone just yet. Anya, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Smashley said it's helpful to see it created. It makes me rethink some builds I want to make. Yeah, that's another one of the reasons I kind of wanted to make it on stream. And, you know, like I said, whenever I do finally upload a video of this cave, when it's all said and done and I have like the minecarts in here and I have the lava falls in here, I feel pretty confident people are gonna be curious about how exactly it was constructed. And if I have the footage out there, then I can just refer to them to the video if they want to, like, you know, do something similar or make some kind of different cave. Because I got a pretty good feel for like how to make a cave feel natural. The big part, honestly, is texturizing it, you know? You just want to try to make sure it doesn't feel too boxy. And thanks to my many hours in Minecraft, I've got a pretty good idea about how to approach this. I'm gonna have cool stuff in these crevices, too, like these little areas we have open back here. I've got the red crystals and the big blue crystals. The red ones are going to be from the Sableye event, but you can find them on people's Cloud Islands and print them. So I printed like 20 of them. I think they cost 1 rare Pokemetal each. And we're hungry again. I am burning through my food today. But yeah, anywhere where we've carved a hole in the wall like this, I'm going to put crystals in here and some of the glowing rocks, like, you know, these little glowing ones we have back here in the corner. This was kind of a test to, like, play with a little crevice and throw some glowing rocks in there. I want it to look like geodes, you know, like the wall itself is a cracked geode. But this wall is looking really good, you know. Check it out. It feels like a very natural cave so far. We're going to have lava pouring out of here. And anywhere where I have lava falls, we're going to do the lava rocks around it just to show that they're, like, superheated. The gravel that's here right now is just a placeholder for the lava, just so I know that that's where the lava comes down. Okay, so we're almost done with this wall, thankfully. We've got a lot of gravel back. That's pretty good. There we go. Now he's got to hollow out a little section right here. Hey, hey! K-Mac, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. That's a pretty big carved section there. A lot of zapping today. Like I said, I finally got my pallet town level 3 and expected a Dragonite doll for sale, but nope, disappointed. Have you been to the Skylands yet? Have you been in the Skylands? You'll get a Dragonite doll from the Skylands. I'm not sure what level Pallet Town needs to be for you to get the Dragonite doll. Oh, by the way, Dekai, there also is there's a website you can use where people open up their Pokopia islands and they list what they have for sale in their PC. You might be able to get a Dragonite island that way by using somebody's island code, going to their island, and you can maybe buy a Dragonite doll from one of them. I haven't used the website, but I saw a TikTok about it today and I was like, dang, that's pretty handy. I didn't even know that was a thing until I saw the video. This is the last section we got to do on this part of the wall here, thank goodness. Now this whole left-hand wall of the cave will be ready for black rock and pretty much done. Mean to hit that one. That's okay. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm going to carve out a little bit of this corner here as well. Oh, we got some gold. Okay. All right, this wall should be finished. Yeah, it looks really natural. You know, as natural as a bunch of blocks can look, I think. Wait, what's down here? Oh, I might have gotten gold from there when I was clearing out this area previously. Since we're ground level, I'm just gonna punch this. It's the one thing about Magnemite that's kind of annoying is it takes a hot minute to break some of those blocks. No, hit the bottom one. He's just gonna do the top one regardless. Okay. Whoops, hit the mic there. All right, we can put in the rest of the black rock here. It's the first time I've actually put an iron deposit in my pocket. That's funny. Back to eating again. Okay. Is that an iron deposit in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? I'm just happy to see you. Where would I even get an iron deposit, you know? Yeah, I might have to switch off the music in a bit, because I think if I keep listening to this same Pokopia song, I might actually go crazy. I like the music in the game, but I've just, you know, it gets a little repetitive after a while. I should have brought a CD player down here with some CDs. Or I could have hung out with Rotom. You know, if I hang out with Rotom, I can have him play music. I think that's why they put him in the game as a CD player, because they were like, some people might feel like the music gets repetitive after a while. And it definitely does. Yeah, I might need DJ Rotom in here. All right, look at that progress. Let's do this back corner. Oh, and I'm wondering about the stairs. I don't know if I'm going to do black rock. I think I might actually do... Oh, I can have like little towers with braziers burning on them. Like I can have those come up and like line the walkway. Yeah, that would be really cool. Let's go get a whole bunch of steps and a whole bunch of blocks to make this staircase like an actual stone staircase. We'll finish this back wall section here first. That way, this wall will be finished, this little section will be finished, and then we can finish the staircase. The staircase will be very easy. But before we do that, I'm going to get these little sections up here. Dang, you can really see that sand through the, or that soil through the black rock here. I'm going to make sure I seal up those little pockets. There we go. That looks great. Okay. We're going to texturize this just a little bit. That should be good. Hungry again. That's the only thing about Magnemite that I genuinely don't like, is just how fast you get hungry. Especially when you're swapping like a lot of blocks at once. I can't complain though. The game's so much better thanks to Magnemite, so, you know, if I gotta eat all the time, it is what it is. Could be worse. Could be much worse. Imagine a world without Magnemite. I would not be doing builds like this. That's for sure. There we go. Alright, now we'll move on to this little section. That little part of the ceiling was kind of bothering me. Alright, so I was going to do a little crystal cave back here. Whoa, what is that? What, dude? No way! I've never even seen that little notification before. I've had people gift 5 memberships before, but 10 memberships? That is so nice of you! Oh my goodness, thank you, my friend, thank you. I saw that little present on my screen and I was like, what is that? I don't even think I've made a custom alert for 10 gifted memberships. So I've never seen that little box show up. Again, I'm very new to YouTube, so I'm like still learning the ropes over here. I didn't even know what that was. Thank you so much. That is so nice. And because of that, we just got 10 new friends in the membership family. That is so incredible. I've been doing, if you're here and you're one of those people that just got a gifted membership courtesy of Janet here. Yeah, it's Janet Ben. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So I just started reworking memberships because of our streams on YouTube. People have been, you know, friends like you, amazing friends like you, have been gifting memberships for one, which has been super helpful. And then a few people have been choosing to become channel members on top of that. And because of that, I've been putting a lot of thought into how to make the memberships more rewarding and give you guys something in return for your generosity. So I started doing weekly member exclusive videos on YouTube. I do them on the weekends. Now, I spend so much time editing each week, like, you know, making shorts content, making my Dream Snap guides, that I don't have ample time to like make a whole fully edited, like scripted video for the channel member videos. But I really like the way we've decided to do them, because having them being more, or you know, making sure they're more raw and unscripted, I think it gives, especially new members, people that like were not watching me on Twitch before, it gives them a chance to get to know me better as a creator. So the channel member exclusive videos I've been doing have been focused entirely on, oh, I've only done one so far, but I'm planning on doing them weekly. But they're going to be very quick, very simple videos where I share my opinion on certain things. Like last week, we covered the new Dreamlight Valley update. But some of them will be like behind the scenes looks at what I'm working on. And then other ones will just be my perspective on other things, maybe not even gaming related. Again, you know, I want the idea of the memberships to provide YouTube channel members with a way to connect with me, not just as a creator, but as a person. You know, I would like for those who go out of their way to make the content possible, to have, you know, to have a way to get to know me even better. So that's what I've been focused on with the memberships. But we just rolled out some new channel member badges. We got the ramen noodle badges now, which is fun. And we've got the member exclusive videos. And when I get ahead on editing, I'm planning on doing early access to videos for channel members for some projects. Now, things like the weekly Dream Snap guides, those I would like to keep available for everybody the moment they're ready. But for certain things like different tutorials or different updates, you know, I would love to give YouTube channel members like 24-hour early access on videos like that, just as an added perk if I get them done ahead of schedule. But thank you so much, Janet. That is incredibly sweet. Like I said, I've never seen that alert pop up before on YouTube, so I didn't know what was happening. I was like, there is a little red present on my screen, and I do not know what that means. Turns out it means we have an amazing friend here in the stream. Thank you again. That's so sweet of you. That is incredible, dude. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for all the love and support you guys have shown on YouTube. Like I was saying, I'm still kind of a baby on YouTube, you know. I haven't done, I've only been streaming over here for a little bit, you know. It's been about 3 weeks now. I feel like I've been saying it's been 3 weeks for like 4 weeks though. Is it still 3 weeks? I think it is. Yeah, this is going to be cool. I'm going to put a crystal back here, like a big glowing crystal. Oh, we should put one... Maybe I do another glowing crystal, too. No, just one here I think is fine. I think that'll be cool. Janet says, you're my favorite. High praise, my friend. There are a lot of amazing creators out there. There are so many amazing content creators in, you know, within this space. So that means a lot. That means a lot. It's still crazy to me to ever think about myself as anybody's favorite creator. I try my best, and I put a lot of passion into my content, and I try to make sure everything's well scripted and well edited, and you know, I want the streams to be fun and interactive, but I feel like there's definitely a lot of people out there that are much better at this than I am. So thank you for the kind words. That is so sweet of you. I will continue to do my very best as a creator. Oh, I should have gone up here as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same thing I did on the other spot. I think I'm going to carve this out by 2. And we're gonna cram another crystal back here. I still can't believe that. That is so awesome. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. 10 gifted memberships. Incredible. Incredible. Here we go. T-Off says, hey, I'm visiting from TikTok. How did you move your moss lax to the Withered Wasteland? Oh, what's up, T? What's up? I can help you with that. So, moving moss lax is another one of those interesting things that Pokopia just doesn't tell you. They're just like, you'll figure it out. So I didn't know you can move them at all until I saw somebody else do it. It's actually really easy to do. If you're done with all of Moss Lax's quests, like if you finished up Bleak Beach and all that, all you need to do is visit Moss Lax at the beginning of the day and don't feed him. If you feed Moss Lax, you won't be able to do this. You'll have to wait till the next day. But when his offering plate is empty, you can pick it up and put it in your inventory. If you take the offering dish to a different biome or anywhere, you know, wherever you want, you can keep it in Bleak Beach, you can take it to Withered Wasteland, you can take it to Rocky Ridge, whatever you want to do. You just take the offering dish, place it in a new area, put food on it, and then that makes a habitat for Moss Lax. Now, Moss Lax, of course, you can't hang out with him. You're never going to see him move. So once you place the offering dish and you put food on it, all you got to do is reload the area. So leave the area and come back, or close your game and reopen it. And whenever you come back to the area, Moss Lax will be in that new spot. Just keep in mind, once you add food to the plate, make sure that's where you want him to be, because you will not be able to move him again until the next day, because once food is on the plate, it's indestructible and you can't pick it up. So, like for my TikTok I made today, I really wish I'd have been able to get him to face forward, but since he already had food today, I couldn't move him, so he was just stuck sideways for my video. I don't know why he was sideways today. He was fine yesterday and the day before that. Like I said, I didn't feed him yesterday, so I think he was a little bit pissed off. He's just mad he didn't get food, I guess. But yeah, welcome, my friend. Thanks for dropping in on the purple side. Great to have you. Janet said, last week, because of you, I got 2,500 moonstones, my highest yet. This week will be my 4th time doing Dream Snaps. Dang, let's go. That is awesome. That is awesome. You know, it was the same thing. My friend Ashley here, my head moderator, she didn't play Dream Light Valley for like the longest, but, you know, we had known each other for quite a while because she had met me through other games like Phasmophobia and some, you know, just various games we had been playing. And she eventually got into Dream Light Valley. And she was brand new at the game. And once she was, I think just like you, like 3 or 4 weeks into it, she got 2,500 moonstones. But she had been watching my content for a while. She had a really good understanding of Dream Snaps, like right out of the gate. It's just tough when you're a newer player like you, like when you're only playing for 3 or 4 weeks, because you don't have access to like as many really good items. So getting 2,500 or even 4K as a newer player is a huge achievement. So you should be very proud. You should be very proud. And the longer you play, the more items you unlock, the more flexible you're going to be. And I think, you know, if you're getting 2,500 right now, as somebody that's only been doing snaps for like 4 weeks, yeah, you're definitely going to be getting 4K regularly, I think, once you have access to even more fun items. But yeah, it was the same thing with Ash. And after she got her 2,500, right after that, she started getting 4K like every week. You know, there were maybe a couple of weeks where she missed out, but I think you're going to be kind of in the same boat she was, where you are, you know, you are going to start consistently racking up the 4K. At least I hope that's the case, you know? That's what I hope for everybody in my community. I love Dream Snaps. You know, they're very fun to put together. They're very fun to create. But I think the most rewarding thing about my Dream Snaps content is just the comments I get from people. I try to tell people, you know, I can't take too much credit. At the end of the day, when you get results, it's because of your idea. It's because of how you executed it. Like, I'm not the one with the controller in my hand. You know, it's all you. All I can do on my end is, you know, help inform you of how voters tend to respond to things. And I have a really good understanding of that from just spending so much time playing Dream Snaps or doing Dream Snaps. And then on top of that, you know, I know the in and outs of the camera really well, just because I've just, you know, I've been doing them for so long. So I can help give you some useful information, but it's your artistic vision, it's your talent that ultimately gets you those results. Just like I have to tell people, hey, you know, because there's some people that, like, you know, they get information from my channel, but they still can't get 2,500 or 4K. They're still stuck in 1,500. And it's like, you know, at the end of the day, I can only give you the knowledge and the tools, but you're the one that has to craft that photo. So I can only take so much credit when it comes to how you guys perform. And very little credit at that. You know, you should always be very proud of yourself when you do well. I mean, I love hearing people share that, you know, my content has been helpful in any way. It means a lot to me. But yeah, I guess what I'm getting at here is that I can only take so much credit. You know, maybe a tiny bit, but not a whole lot. Ash said, yep, I got my 2,500 on my first 4K, or on my first, and then 4K the longest after that. Actually, I've been playing for about a year. I never knew this was a thing. Oh, so you've been playing for a while, but you weren't doing Dream Snaps. I see. Are you liking them? Dream Snaps are like my favorite thing in the entire game. Well, that's good. If you've been playing for about a year, that means you have access to some really good items. And if you're getting 20... What rank did you get, by the way? Because even though you got 2,500, the funny thing here is... Not so funny. Not funny, haha, but funny, ironic. If Gameloft had not reduced the bracket size for 4K, you might have actually gotten 4K instead of 2,500. So it used to be the top 7.5% of all players got 4,000 Moonstones, but now it's only the top 4%. So if you get rank 8,000 or rank 9,000 and you get 2,500, you actually would have gotten 4K if they didn't shrink the bracket. So your Dream Snap might have been a 4K Dream Snap. It's just that they've shrunk the brackets, you know. And also, if you're getting 2,500, you are so close. You are so close to 4K. You're like right there on it. Bell said 12-hour Dream Snap reviews coming in the future. Yeah, with the 10 gifteds. I can only, you know, I've been thinking about that too, Bell. Like, since we started going live on YouTube as well, and we've had more people joining the Snap reviews, since people have been becoming channel members, I've been thinking about, you know, how am I going to manage that? Because originally we were doing Snap reviews for everybody, followers and supporters, but it got so busy that I literally couldn't do it. I remember the day we had to change it was on a Monday. I think we streamed until 10:30 at night. And I was like, I still have to edit. I still have to work on my own Snap. You know, like you know, my scheduled stream time is supposed to be 3 hours, and we just stream for about 8 to do all these snap reviews. So I had to make a difficult decision and kind of pivot and say, well, you know, I guess what we're going to have to do is just, we're not going to be able to do everybody's review. So we ended up switching it to supporter only. And ever since then, it's been a lot more manageable. But now that we're streaming on YouTube, and we also have YouTube channel members signing up for reviews, now it's getting pretty busy again. So honestly, if it continues to pick up, I will probably have to start going live earlier on Mondays, which I don't mind, because at the end, if you think about it, you know, if we get so many channel members and Twitch supporters that I have that many reviews coming in, that's a good, healthy thing for my channel. That means a lot of people are choosing to support me and choosing to make my content possible, so I will definitely make it work one way or the other. I mean, I would even go live Saturday. You know, I wouldn't mind going live Saturday for a short stream and just saying we're going to do 20 of the reviews on Saturday just to lighten the blow for Monday. You know, I wouldn't mind doing something like that either. You know, whatever we have to do. Right now, it's manageable, but you know, in the future, we definitely might have to make some adjustments. Not a bad thing, though. Not a bad thing. It's a great thing. I wonder if we should use dark marble for the staircase, or the age stone wall. I definitely need something on the darker side. Oh, what if I used the black iron? Those iron tiles, like these. I do have a lot of iron. We'll mess around with it. We already have the black rock. I don't know if I want to go black iron. I want to make some ancient stone tiles as well. Jana said, I'm obsessed with this game. It might be a problem. Scored 78.62 and ranked 10/462. Ooh. Well, yeah, depending on how many submissions were there, you're very close to 4K. You're very close. Our next results are from... What challenge did we do last week? Why can't I remember? I'm drawing a blank. Can you guys help me out here? I can't remember what challenge we did last week. I don't know why. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. You don't have to tell me. I remember I used Pocahontas. It was Wonders of Nature. Yeah. Wonders of Nature. So your next results, Janet, will be from Marvels of Nature. So I hope you get 4K on that one. And here's the fun thing about Dream Snap challenges at the beginning of an update. It's the best time to... It's the point where you're the most likely to actually get 4K. But I think they took it out of the Star Path this year. I don't think we had a Star Path challenge to submit a Dream Snap. Usually there's a Star Path challenge to submit a Dream Snap, and when that happens, people that usually don't bother submitting at all end up submitting, so we get way more submissions. But even if that's not the case this week, or for last week, during an update week, way more people log on than normal, so we get more submissions. And because of that, you can... Even if you're ranking around 8,000, 9,000, or 10,000, it's still possible to get 4K in those circumstances. So depending on what you did for Marvels of Nature, there should be more submission circulating, which would be a good thing. And if you were able to... You know, the big key with Dream Snaps is making something beautiful. That's the big key. It needs to be beautiful and on theme. Those are the big focuses. Cowboy Barbie. This was the first Twitch I subbed to and has made me appreciate gaming more. I've only been gaming for about a year as a way to cope with life stress in a healthier way. Disney Dreamlight Valley to now adding Pokopia. Thanks for the community you have created here. I am genuinely, I'm generally quiet, but consider myself to be a part of the group. I consider you to be a part of the group as well, Cowboy Barbie. I didn't even know you considered yourself quiet, because I have a lot of lurkers that like never talk, and I love them. They're great, but we've chatted a good bit. I mean, there's definitely people that talk more, like Ashley never shuts up, but I'm just kidding, Ash. Ash said I'm a lurker. Yeah, get out of here with that. But I'm just glad you feel comfortable here, and I appreciate the kind words. Gaming is a very beautiful thing. I've been a gamer my whole life, and I think it's really cool that you've gotten into gaming in the past year. Life is fast. It comes at you hard. It can be pretty crazy at times. It can be stressful. And gaming is, for me, it's one of the best escapes. I've always really enjoyed gaming, not only for being able to kind of disconnect from the woes of life, but also to connect with new people and connect with friends. Hey, Cranny, thank you for the 100 bits and the hype train. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. But yeah, I'm glad you found comfort here, and I'm glad you feel part of the community, because I definitely see you as part of the community. And most of all, I'm just glad you found a good, healthy hobby in gaming. I'm the kind of person that truly believes there is a game out there for everyone. Some people out there are like, nah, I don't play video games, I don't like them. You just haven't found the right one. If you're a creative person, games like this can work really well. Hey, Cranny, thank you for the resub as well, or the gifted sub, I should say. Thank you, my friend. And Miss Spock, thank you for the big 69. I just realized we didn't have 69 on the board. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There we go. There we go. 2769 on the board. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I didn't grab stair. I didn't grab the stair pieces. Yeah, I gotta get the stairs. Dark marble could be pretty cool. Let's look at the iron. Iron could be pretty cool. That's the tough thing. I'm not sure which kind. I'm kind of feeling the dark marble. I like the vibe of it. I think this would look really good with the lava. I could also paint it. I could paint all this dark marble red. I don't know how different it would look, though. Hey, Rono! Thank you for the 200, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Very kind of you, very kind. Data Geek says, hey, all. Hey, what up, Data? What up? Welcome, my friend. Jan said I was facing the sun, made sure. I was perfect in my eyes, but I had a busy week, so I rushed on the last day. Actually turned out good. Nice, nice. Do I have mine saved? Hang on, let me see if I saved mine. I actually wanted to go back and rework on mine on Tuesday night, but I just didn't. I ended up not having time. No, I haven't saved my official one because I ended up going with the Miko pose for my official submission for this one. But this is what I have in my gallery, but this isn't the official submission I can show you here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is what I have right now. But this is not my submission. I ended up going with the Miko pose just to highlight Miko as well. And I also think I brightened up Pocahontas a bit. I boosted character lighting on her. One thing I do wish I had done here, if I had the time, I wish I would have changed the color of the fire. But, you know, the blue's not too bad. It does highlight the blue lotus flowers in the hair really well. And I love the outfit. So I think it looks good. I think I got a little bit closer with the Miko pose as well. So yeah, I think this will do well. I think this will do well. And depending on what you did for this challenge, like I was saying, when it comes to Dream Snaps, one of the things with the DreamSnap system that's kind of unfortunate in a way is that voters, the average voter, I mean, people like you and me, we're going to appreciate, anybody that watches my content and cares a lot about DreamSnaps. You're going to be able to tell when somebody's got a really good idea, a really unique concept. For example, LOTR's picnic basket snap in the Small Wonders Challenge. It was a really fun concept. She went indoors, she set up the walls to make it look like a basket, and then she used motifs and rugs as plates, and she was holding a motif strawberry inside of a picnic basket. Wonderful idea. But the thing is, even the most unique concepts and ideas like that, the average voter doesn't seem to really care. They're looking for beauty. Like they want to see vivid colors, beautiful saturation, high levels of lighting, and they want things to be simple. It's like if a DreamSnap makes them think, they're not going to appreciate it as much. And of course, when I say the average voter, what I mean is your average selfie submitter, your average Quest photo submitter. That's, they don't put any thought or work into their own DreamSnaps, so why would they put thought into yours when they vote for it? They're going to open up the tab. They're going to vote on just 10 snaps to get their 50 moonstones for the week, and then they're going to leave. And when it comes to what they pick, they're going to choose what's prettier. Now, most of them will at least look for the theme. Like if you don't do the theme, even with a beautiful snap, you almost never will get 4K if you just ignore the theme. But if you have a beautiful snap and you do the theme, you have an extremely high success rate when it comes to the likelihood of getting 4K. Of course, as more and more people take DreamSnaps more seriously and as more people learn, that's the one downside to me making my videos and trying to help as many people as possible. Sometimes in the back of my mind, I'm like, I wonder if I'm just going to eventually start struggling to get 4K myself because everyone is getting so good at this. And I've even had people saying Senpai, you're spilling all the secrets, you're making it harder for us to get 4K. I'm like, well, I mean, at least the people benefiting are the people that appreciate me as a creator and watch my content. So hey, I'll take it. Even if it makes DreamSnaps more competitive for me, I'll take it. And thankfully, I'm still doing really well with snaps. So we're doing great. We're doing great. But yeah, I actually have a new DreamSnaps guide coming out soon. I've been dropping the weekly DreamSnap guides, of course, as you guys know, every single week for 15 weeks now. But it's been a really long time since I made another good tutorial. The last good tutorial we made was the How to Become a DreamSnaps Pro. At least one that kind of covered DreamSnaps as a whole. And the downside with that one is that, it's kind of outdated. So I want to make another. I've been basically conceptualizing another video, another big tutorial for everybody. And I think it's going to be called 5 Ways to Level Up Your DreamSnaps.
Oh, how?
And it's going to focus on what I understand about the voters, what I see working, what I don't see working, and the biggest mistakes I see people making. Because there are a lot of very talented players out there that should be getting 4K, but they're just missing on a couple little things. It could be the lighting. Maybe they're taking their DreamSnap in the shade. They're not thinking about using the sun as a spotlight. It's hard to think about stuff like that if you're not aware of it, if no one's telling you, hey, this is going to look 10 times better if you move the sun here, because you're rarely going to see things line up that way naturally. But once you start taking note of that and forcing it to be the way you need it to be, that's really what separates a lot of these 4K snaps from 1500 and 1200 is, a lot of the people that are getting 4K, they understand the lighting in the game, they understand the camera sliders, and equally important, they understand the voters. They know that simple works. It's crazy that you can spend 6 hours on a snap. It can be the size of the entire floating island. You can have thousands of details in it, and it can have pretty good lighting, but if it's too complicated and your avatar is too small, the villagers are too small, you might not even get 4K for it. Meanwhile, somebody that took 20 minutes to pull a house up close, to get a good shot of the avatar, to get a good shot of a villager, everything's nice and close, it's got good lighting, it's pretty, it's beautiful, but it took almost no time, that is going to rank better than somebody that spent 6 hours making this super detailed scene. And that's what we see a lot in Dream Snaps, and sadly, that's why some people get frustrated with it, and some people give up, or they just say they don't like Dream Snaps, or Dream Snaps is broken. And it's because they expect everyone to like what they like, or you know, understand the effort that went into their snap. But when people look at snaps, it appears they're not really, most people, they don't really care about how much time you put into it. They don't care how long it took you to make that build. They don't care if you place 1,000 items on your floating island. They care about whether your snap is on theme, and is it more beautiful than the snap it's up against. Beauty seems to be just about everything in snaps. It's everything. Well, beauty and theme. Beauty and theme. And, of course, simplicity, but that kind of ties in with beauty. Keeping things simple is a good way to keep things beautiful. All right, we're going to try to paint some of these blocks real quick. Move this back down as well. Johnny said, yeah, I came across a snap like that on a Discord group. I suggested lighting because I assumed they didn't know, but they said it was on purpose. Yeah. And that's the thing, too. Kiyosumi was taken, says thank you. The picture looks really nice. Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, it's not my official snap as of right now, Kiyosumi. I ended up using Miko, but it's pretty close. Pretty close to what I submitted this week. I was kind of disappointed in her pose. Not much to it. Us natives are a little more interesting than just standing there looking up. But she's beautiful. All in all, they did a great job with her. Oh, are you a native? That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, you know, it would be nice if she, but I think the reason she's like that is because she's more of like a stoic kind of figure. Like, she's not the most animated, if that makes sense. I think that's what they're going for. What I wish we saw with her was for the animation, even if she's just going to stand there, I think what they could have done to make this better, I think they should have given the hair more lift and made, like, the hair blowing in the wind a bit more defined. Because, like, it kind of wafts to the side of her a little bit, but if it actually picked up and lifted a bit more, I think it would look even better. But yeah, I agree, her pose could be better for sure. But at least they did a good job on her character model. She is a beautiful, they did a great, she's one of the most beautiful villagers we have, honestly. And yeah, Johnny, back to what you were saying. You said I came across a snap like that in a Discord group, and I suggested lighting because I assumed they didn't know, but they said it was on purpose. And you see, that's the thing, is, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, of course. So for that person you were talking to, they might actually like their picture more without good lighting. They might like it more when it's dark because it has a nice artistic quality to it. But what that person is not really understanding is that if your goal is to get 4K, you're not necessarily making your dream snap for you. If your goal is to get whatever, then you are. You know, if you're just making your dream snaps for fun and that's it, and you don't care about any moonstones, then yeah, make it for you and that's it. But if your goal is to get 4,000 moonstones, it's just like anytime you're trying to get votes on something, you have to think about your constituents, right? You got to think about who's casting these votes. And when it comes down to it, you know, what we see in Dreamlight Valley is that it appears a vast majority of people out there prefer vibrant color and also diverse scenes. You know, more color diversity, more good saturation. You know, you don't have to crank the saturation all the way up or anything, but having that good sunset lighting and having those vibrant colors, most people like that more. Now, maybe you don't. Maybe that person doesn't. You know, the person that said they did that on purpose. So I think where they might be going wrong is they're making their dream snap entirely based on what they think is beautiful versus what the voters think is beautiful. And that's the tricky thing. That's the disconnect that a lot of people struggle with. It's hard to put yourself in the mind of the average selfie submitter. You know, it's hard to put yourself in the mind of the average Quest photo submitter because a vast majority of the people voting on snaps, they don't really care about snaps that much. They just go for their moonstones. If you vote, you'll see that only about 10 to 20% of people actually put real effort into their builds. The other 70, I would say 60 to 80%, most of them just throw something in there, and some people just kind of wing it with a couple little things here and there. So I think that's where a lot of people tend to struggle the most when it comes to snaps is, they'll do things like use the fog feature, which can be good if you're trying to make something feel dreamy or ethereal. But a lot of people use filters. A lot of people use these big borders because they think it looks cool. But if you look at the snaps getting 4K, you'll see that those things aren't popular. You might like those things, but if you're not seeing that appear in the higher ranks of dream snaps, then that means most players find something else beautiful. And that's where a lot of people struggle. A lot of people struggle because they feel like their concept of beauty is the only concept of beauty. And if their concept of beauty does not get 4K, then dream snaps must be broken. No, it's not broken. It's just the human element. And art is in the eye of the beholder, and everyone's a little bit different. So, when it comes down to it, you got to give the people what they want if you're going to be getting 4K. That's also why, I always recommend people be very careful when adding their own kind of spin on a challenge. I think a good example of this would be when we had that cozy holiday cheer theme. One of our friends in the community that got a review, they recreated a Christmas movie scene, which was like, I think National Lampoon's like Christmas Holiday or something. I forget the name of the movie. And they did a good job. They had all the chaos of that movie in their scene, but the challenge name was Cozy Holiday Cheer, and we can't attach text to our dream snaps. We can't say, hey, this is a recreation of this, or another example would be during one of the Witchful Star Path challenges, one of the people in our community did this really fun cosplay from K-pop Demon Hunters. They did the demon boy band. And it was so good. I've seen K-pop Demon Hunter, so I got it right away. But I was like, this might be risky because a lot of people probably won't get it. And, you're kind of adding your own idea into the theme, whereas it would be safer just to do something simple that perfectly fits with the theme. So, when people go outside of the box and they kind of incorporate their own little ideas into these challenges, it can come with some pretty big risks. I'm not saying you can't do that if you want to have fun with that. And also, that doesn't mean it's a bad dream snap, Just because a dream snap does not get 4K definitely doesn't mean it was bad or it wasn't good. Again, the average voter is your typical average selfie submitter, A lot of them aren't really the experts on what's good or bad. But that's how it goes when, when the public are the ones choosing, what does good in a Dream Snap challenge versus what does not do good in a Dream Snap challenge. So giving the public what they want is important. And whenever, it's important if you want 4K. And whenever you add your own ideas into that, when you make the Dream Snap more for you than you make it for the people, then you run the risk of it being misunderstood. And if you do ever decide to incorporate an outside concept, I think it's okay as long as you prioritize beauty. Beauty must come first, because even if they don't get what you're doing, even if they don't understand what you've created, as long as it's beautiful, you can still get away with it. As long as it's beautiful, it just has to be beautiful. That's the big key there. It's got to be pretty. Sunray says you have to see yourself as a voter also. Oh, yeah. I mean, I do. So if you've heard me talk about this, that's why when I'm talking about voters, Sunray, I'm saying we are not the average voters. So we are voters, but we are not the average voter. So if you want to know what the average voter is like, the average DreamSnap voter, go vote right now. Hop into DreamSnaps and do some voting. If you've ever voted in DreamSnaps, then you're likely well aware that, and a lot of people complain about this. Like, whenever I talk about voting on YouTube, I get so many people in the comments that are like, I hate voting. It's like nothing but a bunch of selfies. It's nothing but a bunch of quest photos. Like, I don't even enjoy voting anymore. It's so hard to find good DreamSnaps. Like, I hear that nonstop. Now, if a majority of DreamSnaps are like that, that kind of tells you that a majority of players are like that. So again, you know, make no mistake, we are all voters as well. I never said we weren't, and I never said you should not see yourself as such. We are just not the average voter. So when I said that 10 to 20% of players put real effort into their snaps, and 10 to 20% of players have a good understanding of snaps, I meant that. That means 10 to 20% of the voters will actually appreciate snaps. That have a lot of detail, a lot of effort. They'll actually understand them. And that 10 to 20% of players will also be more willing to enlarge your photo and examine it and try to pick up on what you're trying to deliver. But we are a minority. It's like if you're running for mayor and 10 to 20% of a city's population wants free cheddar biscuits from Bojangles, and the other 80% simply wants a medium fry from McDonald's. If you run on cheddar biscuits, you're not likely to win the election. You're going to need to run on medium fries, okay? So that's what I'm getting at. But we're all voters, you know? And who knows? If you get lucky, if you get really lucky, all the people that see your snap might be that 20%, you know? There's no way to know who's going to be seeing your snap, what you're going to be popping up against. There's no way to know for sure. There's no way to control it. So, you know, if you do a more complex snap that's kind of outside of the box, it can still get you 4K if it gets the right people on it. It's just a good idea to approach DreamSnaps with all of this in the back of your mind, you know? That simple and beautiful will win over the talented players, the 10 or 20%, and it will win over the 80% that don't put as much effort in. So rather than running on a cheddar biscuit or running on a medium fry, run on a combo meal of both. Run on, I'm going to give everybody cheddar biscuits with fries. You know what I mean? Give both sides what they want. And you can do that by, and again, just because of dreams, when I say simple, I don't mean basic, right? And that's something I dive into a lot. So when I say make sure your dream snap is simple, that doesn't mean you can't add a lot of details, have a lot of light elements. It doesn't mean you can't get very technical. In the sense of dream snaps, when I say simple, all I mean is that it's easy to understand. You're not forcing them to figure out what you're doing with the theme. It's very clear, very obvious. And the other thing that makes snaps simple is having your subjects close to the frame. You know, bringing things in. If you have a ton of depth of field and a lot of your villagers are really far away, you can still get 4K like that, sure, if the snap is beautiful enough. But if it's beautiful and simple, it typically goes even further. Exactly, Hufflepuff. Simple to understand. So, I'll give you an example, Hufflepuff. I'll give you an example. And then I'll get back to decorating because we got a lot of work to do here. But I'll give you a great example of exactly what I mean here. I'm going to show you a not so simple snap first. And this one's simple to understand, but it's not a simple design. So, actually, both are kind of important. Okay, so check this out. Check this out real quick. Here we have one of my favorite dream snaps I've ever done. This was for Nature Takeover. I loved this challenge. The theme was Nature Takeover, and the description was that nature is reclaiming the world. So I have this post-apocalyptic town here where the billboard's rusted out. There's vines hanging down. We have this fountain with the grass growing through it. This is still one of my all-time favorite snaps. And I did get 4K, but I'm going to discuss what I'm getting at here in a minute. So with this snap, it's simple to understand, but I wouldn't consider this a simple snap in the terms of what a lot of players like to see. So there's a lot of depth of field here. And there's also all of these tiny companions. My villager is not very close to the shot, not very close to the frame, so she's not as well highlighted. So the subject is harder to see. There's a lot of small details, pretty much telling the voter, hey, if you really want to appreciate what I did here, I'm going to need you to enlarge the photo and look at it for a minute. That's what I'm telling the voter with this. Now, would I do this again? Absolutely. I love this. I love this snap. I put several hours into this snap. Now, this dream snap in particular, it got 4,000 moonstones, but it got a lower rank than I normally get. It got around rank 5,000. Even though this is one of my all-time favorite submissions because of the level of detail. But this is not simple. It is simple to understand. The challenge is called Nature Takeover, and nature is clearly taking over. But what makes this snap far from simple is the fact that we have a lot of depth of field. The subject is not close to the frame at all. And we have loads of small details in the back. Loads of small details. Basically saying, this is a complex snap. This is not a simple snap. This is a complex snap. So this gets ranked 5,000. So you can still get 4K with a complex snap. Okay? Now let's look at another example. Now, the snap I just showed you, Nature Takeover, that took me hours to make. Probably 5 hours of working and fiddling, and then, maybe another hour on top of that to get all the companions in the right place. So, a snap that takes 5 or 6 hours like this, where you get all the companions in the perfect spot, the average voter, they're not going to see all these pets and be like, oh my God, you actually got all of them facing the camera, even though that's what I was worried about. I wanted all the critters to be looking the right way. I even had an owl back here. We got the butterflies. We put all this extra effort in, and it didn't really matter. I probably could have submitted the same photo without the pets, and it still would have got the same rank, because most voters, they don't care. Now, this photo, on the other hand, instead of 6 hours, this took me 25 minutes. 25 to 30 minutes. It's got beauty. It's got these beautiful rainbows. There's the confetti on the sides. There's a rainbow in the back. We got a silhouette behind the avatar. But everything is close in. It's simple. And what rank does this snap get? You know, the snap here that I spent 30 minutes on versus the snap here that I spent 6 hours on. Well, this one gets rank 5,000 and this one gets rank 100. So, huge difference there. Voters eat stuff like this up. And I see it over and over again. Whenever I do more simplistic snaps with a heavy emphasis on beauty, they go over really well. So this snap is simple, but that doesn't mean it's not detailed, it's not expertly crafted. It is still very well made. We have foreground elements here with the party hats because it was called Pattern Party. We have these beautiful rainbows arching into the scene, combined with the confetti that's raining down, another rainbow in the back, the symmetry of the two magnolia trees, both curving in towards the avatar, having Cheshire peeking over her shoulder, the bright and happy expression of the avatar, the balloon lifting from the back of the scene to further emphasize the Pattern Party, and then utilizing 3 villagers wearing patterns or having patterns. So it's very on theme, it's very beautiful, and it's very simple. There's not a bunch of depth of field, there's not a whole bunch of extra details. It has beauty and simplicity, and that goes over very well with voters. So just because a photo is simple doesn't mean it's basic. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have good detail. It doesn't mean that you didn't pay attention to things. The difference between complex and simple is highlighted very well with these two photos. So complex does not mean bad. Complex is just not what most voters want. Now, that doesn't mean a complex photo can't get rank 1 or rank 2. It all depends on what kind of voters they get. You know, at the end of the day, if complex photos are consistently seen by good players, then they can end up in the highest ranks. But it takes a little bit of luck for that to happen. But yeah, the safer routes are typically the more simple photos. I still do complex snaps from time to time. I enjoy them. I think they're fun. But this is another one, you know, another snap here, Pals with Pauls. I saw so many people do crazy scenes with this where they had so many villagers and a lot of depth of field and huge parties. And they got like rank 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. This is another one that got like rank 100. And this is so basic. Like, I don't even think this deserved the rank it got. But I knew it would do good. I knew it. I wish other snaps would do better, because there's definitely snaps way better than this that should have gotten a higher rank than me, but they didn't, because this is what the voters eat up. Great, great color composition, a very simple scene, the subjects of the photo right at the front, and having that nice lighting, the good saturation, and just beauty. We have this beautiful rainbow, we have these big Pluto collars, we have all these balloons, all these magical colors, perfect lighting. All these elements. So simple is strong. And that's what I mean by simple. So simple does not mean that it's lazy or it's not detailed. Simple just means it's easy to understand and it's not overly complex. You take a lot of the things that make the snap beautiful and you put them closer to the camera. You really highlight the beauty of those items. Okay, let's see. And in a perfect world, I think people would appreciate complex a bit more. But the voters have shown time and time again that that's not their preference, A majority of them anyway. They truly seem to prefer like things that are more simplistic with a focus on beauty. And there's different types of people out there for sure. There's going to be a lot of people out there that prefer one thing as opposed to the other. So we're just talking about the average voter for the most part, Well, Well, I do really like the way those red marble tiles looked. I'm trying to figure out what kind of steps I want to use. I could make concrete steps because I can paint them. I'm just not sure what color I would paint them. I wouldn't do red because they had the red on the sides. And I also don't know how much concrete I even have to make that many of them. Like, I could paint them black, but I think it comes out more of a gray if I paint it black. And on top of that, black paint is rare. I don't have a ton of it. Oh, this only makes 2 at a time. Yeah, that would be a lot. I might just go with stone steps. I don't know. Well, I have more concrete. So for 100 concrete, I can make 250 steps. Okay, I know what we'll do. We're going to make 5 steps. I'm going to paint them. And then we're going to see how they look with either red or black. I don't know if I would have enough black paint, but we're gonna check. We're gonna see how we feel about it. Jay said, I find it funny. Voters like Sybil Bride, etc. I mean, I do too, you know, like, but at the same time, I get it. I get it. Because when I look at, like, simple, colorful photos, I can see why they're appealing. You know, they're really pretty. And in the case of Dreamlight Valley, scenes like that really do shine in that game. You know, we have so many items that have, like, really good, bright colorations. And when you have the sunset time of day coming in, things can look so magical in that game. And I think, you know, I think that's why scenes like that are so popular with the average voter, is simply because the game is designed to be beautiful due to its vibrant colors and magical qualities. So when people see vibrant, colorful, magical snaps, they tend to prefer that more because, I guess because that's what they've grown accustomed to within the game. Like, Dreamlight Valley is not, like, the most realistic-looking game. It's more of, like, a magical kind of, you know, fantasy-looking game. So, I feel like sometimes when people make a photo look really realistic with, like, fog and darker lighting, that has a really good artistic quality. And I would definitely vote for something like that. But the average voter, I think most of them are just going to prefer, like, ooh, you know, shiny, pretty, magical. Why are you yelling at me? I'm not giving you a bed. You live in the flowers. Here we go. I was crafting, Janet. I'm not buying from the shop necessarily. I was crafting to make... I need to make stairs to get into the... So, we're working on my staircase now. I'm just trying to decide what color, or what kind of stairs I want to use, and what color we're going to go with for them. So, I was thinking about... See, the red looks more like pink on the concrete, and the black looks more like gray. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to figure out if I want to do regular basic stone steps. Which, if the black is going to look gray like this, we might as well just use stone, because stone is already gray. I'm going to paint a few of these. Oh, crap. That would take 4 black paint just to paint 7 of them? Oh, because it paints in batches of 5. Okay, okay. Yeah, that would take, like, all my black paint. I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't think I'm going to do that. I mean, I can at least see how it looks, though. Because I can buy more black paint if I have to. White and black for the gray. Let's paint 5 of them black and see how we feel. We're going to see how we feel about this. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Hufflepuff. No, I'm not going to 3D print the stairs. So, just so you know, Hufflepuff, just so you know, I'm gonna be very kind about this, but we have a nice little rule in my chat that I'm sure you're aware of. I am not a very big fan of backseat gaming, okay? And I hate it when this comes up because it always makes me feel really awkward having to say this. But I know how the game works. I have spent 5,000 Pokemetal printing items for this region. I've spent a ridiculous amount of Pokemetal. I am well aware that I can print items. I didn't start playing the game 2 hours ago. Please don't backseat game. If I'm not doing something, there is a reason. I promise you there is a reason. And I am not going to waste Pokemetal on stairs because they're painted black. I can just buy paint. And please, please, please try to avoid backseat gaming. It is one of my pet peeves. Again, I hate having to go through this. Probably my least favorite thing to do on stream is having to, you know, discuss the backseat gaming rule. But you should not just simply assume somebody doesn't know something because they're not doing something you would do. So that is your one warning for you. And again, not trying to be rude, I promise. If you want to know why I'm not going to be printing these stairs, I've already spent 5,000 Pokemetal on this region because this is a very, very nature-centric build. Like, it's very heavily nature-centric. And most of my flowers are 3D printed. One flower costs 4 Pokemetal. And I have hundreds and hundreds of flowers in this build. So, sadly, I need to keep my Pokemetal available for that because we still have so much left to fill in. There's so much left to do. So if you're watching somebody play a game and they're not doing something that you're aware of, it doesn't mean they don't know. It doesn't mean that they don't know how the game works. It simply means they have a reason for not doing that. If you're ever curious about that reason, Hufflepuff, a much better thing to do than backseat game would be to simply ask. You could always be like, hey, quick question, why not print the stairs? And then you're not breaking any rules. You can just ask a question and somebody can tell you. But yeah, it would be much better for me if you would just do that. So if you're ever curious about why I'm not doing something, don't assume that I don't know how to play the game. Just ask. Just ask a question. It's a lot better for you and a lot better for me. I promise. But yeah, if you look at all the flowers around here, I've already spent 5,000 Pokemetal, and I don't have all the time in the world to keep mining it. I've got about 6,000 Pokemetal in reserve, but I'm going to need to print more flowers soon, and I'm going to need a lot, because I still have to do this whole area over here, got this whole section to do. I got this whole section to do over here. We got the whole area over there in the valley that I'm looking at back there. I have this whole back panel to do, and I have this whole section to do. So I've spent 5,000 Pokemetal already, and I'm probably going to need to spend another 4,000 on just flowers. So yeah, I'm not going to be printing stairs. A concept so hard to teach. It really is, and oh my gosh, dude, I hate having to address that. Like, that's why I put it in the chat rules, because I'm always hoping people would just acknowledge that. But it comes up every once in a while. It's actually one of the reasons I don't like doing my dream snaps on stream, because I always want my dream snaps to be my dream snaps, you know? Like, I feel like it wouldn't be fair for me to, like, have a bunch of people telling me what looks good, because then I have an unfair advantage. I have, like, 100 people in my stream telling me, oh yeah, that, do this, that looks really great. Or no, I don't like that, you should do this instead. And then if I follow all that advice and I do what all of those people are saying, number one, it's not my dream snap anymore. It's everybody's because everybody made it together. And number two, it's kind of an unfair advantage because, most people don't have 100 people helping them with their dream snap. So due to like pretty high levels of backseat gaming, I would have to mention that almost every time I tried to make a dream snap on stream, and it got so bad that I just stopped doing it. I stopped making the snaps on stream because of that. Because I always feel super awkward when I have to bring that up. Like anytime I have to ask people not to do that, I hate having to do that. But it is a big pet peeve of mine. So I kind of have to. Otherwise, it's just going to keep happening and I'm going to get frustrated. But yeah, it's a hard concept because, typically people don't think about it from that perspective. A lot of the time, people are just trying to help. You know what I mean? But there's a good way to go about helping, and then there's a not so good way to go about helping. If you're trying to help somebody, it's not really helpful to assume they don't know what they're doing. That doesn't help them, and it doesn't help you. So if you want to be helpful, it's going to be much better to just ask them what they're thinking. And then you can be on the same page, and everybody wins. And that doesn't just apply to my stream, but if you're ever in any stream out there, you guys, I promise you, if you take that approach, you're going to make whoever you're watching so much happier. I don't really know of any streamers that like backseat gaming. Not even just streamers, but if you're like, if you're hanging out with your friends and you're playing a game, if your friend's like looking over your shoulder, telling you how to play the game, that's not fun. That's never fun. I don't think anybody likes that. Unless they're brand new and they're asking for help. That's different. That's totally different. And yeah, usually it comes from a good place, It's usually just people trying to be helpful, but they're not really, they're not really going about it the best way. I'm going to try the stone stairs. I'll put them next to the concrete stairs and see how I feel about it. Because we painted them black, and they still look pretty gray to me. Didn't really look much better. I don't know. I think the stone is the way to go. It feels more natural for this area anyway. I think I'm just going to go with the stone. Ashley said, unsolicited advice is just criticism. It is. It is. We've talked about that before, too. That is very true. That is very true. Like if somebody, like let's say you made a dream snap and you're not looking for advice. You're very happy with it. And I come up and say, you should use better lighting. That's not just advice. That's a critique. That's criticism. And that's exactly what unsolicited advice always is. If somebody's not asking for your advice, then you providing it unprompted is you critiquing. Basically, you're being like, hey, I don't think you know what you're doing. So, yeah, you're right there, too. You're right there, too. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. I wonder if I should bring these up. I am going to do some towers with braziers here. Also, hang on a minute. figure out if I want to go wider with the staircase like this. No, I kind of like the red. I like the red on the side. I think the red dark marble looks pretty good. And it'll look even better once we get all the lava in here. Let's see. I do think we'll need to... Yeah, we're going to have to dial this back a little bit if we're going to raise everything up. I hope I like these blocks here, because if I don't, I'm gonna have to tear all this back down once we're done getting it up here. Let's bring them down on this side too. I didn't expect the staircase to take so long. Looks pretty cool, though. I don't know about these. Probably do something else there. Alright, let's figure out what kind of filler blocks we want to use. I do have these. I just don't know if they're going to be like too gray for this area since we have so much of the black rock. I'm going to do like a portion of it and see how we feel. Oh, I think I just deleted one of my good ones. I think that can look pretty cool. I wish I can paint these, though. I might go with another block I can paint. Yeah, I feel like the red stands out a little bit too much with the gray. And I could always just go with... Oh, we gotta eat. I could go with more black rock, since we already have that everywhere. I should have just kept working on the walls. Probably should have figured out the staircase tonight, off stream. Because now we're doing the same thing I do when I make buildings, and I'm constantly second-guessing it and reworking it. I'm not gonna lie, the black does look pretty good, though. And it fits the rest of the environment. I'm gonna go all the way up with it on one side, and then I'll see how I feel about it. No way I have enough to go all the way on this, though. I just thought about that. At least not on me. I got way more in the chest, so we're good. Cowboy said, hey, this process worked yesterday, so you got this. That's true. We tore down... Yeah, I ran out of blocks. We tore down that Dockside Cafe, like, how many times? But it ended up looking really good when it was all said and done, so you're right, you're right. At the end of the day, it did look pretty nice. Oh, wrong ones. I just hate getting slowed down. I think it's because, like, you know, with ADHD, when you get, like, hyper-focused on something you're creating or building, when you hit a roadblock, like when you get stuck or you don't like something, it can be, like, so frustrating. Because right now, I just want to keep working on the walls, but the staircase is going to bother me. But now that I'm, like, troubleshooting the staircase, I feel stuck. Like, I feel like I'm stuck until I figure it out. Yo! Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Miss Saint coming in with the $10 dono. That is very sweet of you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. One step closer to big 149 here. Goal number 149. Thank you, my friend. Dang, dude. We're at 42.69 on the board for today. That is incredible. Much appreciated, Miss Saint. Much appreciated. That is so, so kind. You guys are killing it today. 42. Let me do an update real quick before I forget. Yeah, not only are we almost done with the daily dono goal here, but we also got a big channel member gifted sub bomb earlier, too. Yo, Pokey Grandma, let's go! I love your timing!
I hate when my hyperfocus kicks in, lol.
That is the biggest downside for me playing this game. Or Dreamlight Valley. It's one of the reasons why in my Dreamlight Valley streams, you rarely see me decorate. I'm usually just like running around and like looking at items. If I start decorating in Dreamlight Valley, I get so bad at reading chat. And I'm pretty proud of myself today. I've done pretty good at keeping up with chat while working on this build. But that is the one downside for me with creative games like this. They're one of my favorite types of games to play. But when I start getting locked in, like while decorating, dude, I can definitely... end up neglecting chat a little bit here and there. And then also I tend to get a little frustrated when I get stuck. Because I just want to keep going, you know? I wonder if I need the blocks here or if I should just do a straight up staircase. I feel like it's good to have a guardrail here, though. Like, or at least, like, sort of a guardrail. I wonder... Hang on. Let's try... I'm going to try something different. Once again, out of power. Okay. Yeah, because if I do this, I might actually be able to put little guardrails up on it. So there's something I'm thinking of here, which would be to go too high on each, like that. So then I could put little rails here and then a little rail here. Because if you try to put a rail on a single block, it just shows up as a pole. You know what I mean? But I feel like this might look weird. I don't know. I don't know. It looks kind of weird. Well, we tried. You know, trial and error. We just, you know. And you know, it's okay that we're spending some extra time on the staircase. If you think about it, this is a very critical feature of this build. This is very important. It's very important that the staircase look cool. So, it's kind of like right in the middle. It's huge. Everyone's going to see it. We need it to be pretty cool, right? I'm going to go get some more stairs. And I'm going to try it without the red blocks on the sides. And of course, that means there won't be a safety guardrail, but you know what? It's a giant cave filled with lava. I don't think we're going to be getting any OSHA inspections anytime soon. Big shout out to Miss Saint and Pokey Grandma. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. And a big shout out to Janet again for the YouTube channel memberships. So nice of you guys. So nice. Dude, that means Monday. Monday will be officially goal number 150 on the board there. We hit another new record today. All right, let me find my stone stairs. We're going to need a lot more of those. Let's go with 30 for now. Or 30 sets, I should say. So 150. And I'm going to look at some blocks, and we're going to kind of think about other options as well. So stone. Yeah, I could paint. There's a lot of these I could paint a different color. I don't want to do wood. Probably not brick. Now, metal, like the iron tiling, I think could be a really good option. Or iron plating. We're not going to do techie. It's a very nature-themed kind of build. Stylish gold wall could be cool. Let me look at my craftable blocks. So, Stylish iron wall does look pretty cool. I'm gonna grab a. I'm gonna make. We'll test these out. I'm gonna make 50 of these. We're gonna see how we like them. I got an absolutely ridiculous amount of iron in my side chest anyway. Like, I need to do something with it, so that'll be fine. And there's the iron tiling as well, which I already have some of that. In fact, I think I have some painted. Might be cool to check out. Like, the iron tiling is already kind of a blackish gray. So here's how it looks painted black. Then we have yellow, purple, and white from buildings I tore off of earlier. So we're going to see how these look. All right, we got our stairs, we got our blocks. Let's go pay a visit downstairs, see what we can do here. Now, the first thing I want to do is see how we feel about removing the guardrails. This will make the steps 5 paces wide. Well, the downside to that is that it would be absolutely ugly. That's ugly. I would need some kind of gray block here for that to actually look good. So yeah, I don't think we're going to do that. Okay. We tried. Ugly. I don't like it. Whoops. Not a fan. Now the red marble that we have here, that might be kind of cool. Like, what if we line the stairs with the iron, and then we use the red marble as the inside? Because this stuff is pretty easy to make. I do like the combination of these two blocks together. It just feels kind of weird not seeing stone. All right, let's check out the... Okay, so that the yellow painted iron looks like gold. The white's too clean. And the black just looks like gray. Okay. Yeah, that looks exactly like gray. Okay, okay. I do really like these, though. And maybe what I should do is run them across. Like a layer of 2 at the bottom. Let's go all the way up with it. Oh, this will actually be faster if I do it this way. so I only have 6 of those blocks left. Let me bring it down the backside. From Goofy also asks a question, does building have a limit? Oh, sorry, I missed that, Goofy. No, not in this game. Not in this game, thank goodness. There is no building limit here. Also, Dre, say good afternoon. Where is this? It's really deep. Dre, we are currently in the Withered Wasteland. If you want to see what my Withered Wasteland is like, if you're still here, that is. I don't know when your comment came in. I was locked in on that freaking staircase. So, my Withered Wasteland is about, I would say, 70% finished. I have a few areas left to wrap up. But what we're working on right now is a living space for all my fire-type Pokemon. Because if you look around my Withered Wasteland, it's perfect for grass types and water types. You know, we have all this water. There's like all these plants. But I feel kind of bad for my fire types because they're all just kind of crammed into a little box over here. I mean, they say their habitat is awesome, so they're happy, but I want to do something big for them. So I'm making this underground. I'm going to add all these like lava waterfalls to the cave. It's going to be this huge fire habitat. That's the idea behind it. A lot of work left to, like, you know, get it all put together. Right now I'm just kind of struggling with the staircase, getting the staircase just right. I'm not too sure how I'm going to approach it. I mean, at the end of the day, we could just do black rock, I guess. Originally, I was going to do age stone and stylish stone. I can always try that. I haven't tried that yet. We can go with the original idea. I've just changed it so much. I'm still here, and wow, I just restarted. Gotcha, Goofy. All right. Yeah, sorry. I got a little sidetracked there. Yeah, give me 1 second, you guys. Okay, there we go. What time is it? Oh, it's 6:30? We've been live for 3 hours? I'm so glad we went live on time today. Horty's not in here screaming at me yet. Nice. Okay, question, guys. Question for everyone watching. What are your thoughts on the staircase blocks? Like, what do you think might look best? Do we go... I think just black rock with the iron looks pretty good. The red with the black, I don't know. I think some of them look good. I personally, I believe I'm overthinking it. I think that's what's happening right now. I just know the staircase is kind of a very big part of this build, and I'm overthinking it a bit. But I do believe if we were to bring these iron blocks all the way back and then have them go up the right side, and if we filled it in with black, I think it would look pretty good. Ashley said black. Janet said black. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. But are you saying black with these iron pieces or just black? Like, just black. Like, do I get rid of that too? Or is the iron cool? I kind of like the iron. But yeah, I do like the, I do think the black rock looks best because it matches the rest of the cave. You like the iron? Trace is black? Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think I'm overthinking. I think we should just stick with the black. It's going to match everything else. Not to mention, if we went with black, we could even build a little lava waterfall in here, just like we're going to do for the other areas around here as well. Because this is going to be a big magma fall coming out of the ceiling. I'm going to have some little magma falls carved into the cave system we made over here. And they're going to be all over the place. So we're going to have like magma falling from everywhere. So I could always hollow out a portion of the staircase and have a magma fall in there as well. And if we go with black rock, I think that would make more sense because it would look like it's part of the environment. All right, black it is. Let's wrap this up so we can move on and get back to the wall. Spent too much time on this freaking staircase anyway. I'm ready to do something else. Yeah, I think black rock's the call. Oh my god. It's okay, don't panic. We got plenty of black rock. Yeah, and I think the black and iron looks better than the black and red. I did like the black and red, but I don't know, the black and iron feels more gritty.
Hello, Senpai. It's me, Donald Trump. I was
Oh my
watching
god, what do you
play
want?
Dreamlight Valley, and I watched you build the most beautiful wall. Please call me back whenever you get this. I love you, Senpai.
We did make a beautiful wall. And we made a really nice cave wall, so you got a point there. Yes, Goofy, yes, murder. Your favorite thing, Goofy, your favorite thing. Alright, we're going to need to get more of the iron blocks for the side as well, but... let's go ahead and drop the black rocks in here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go grab the rest of the iron blocks we're going to need. Dude, we should go ahead and put the elevator here, to be honest. Then I can stop having to use my magnemite energy to float up here. Because the elevator is going to go right here. And we're going to have a staircase that connects to my main storage area. So we can get down there quicker. I mean, it doesn't matter. I have, like, practically unlimited food at this point in the game, so... I don't think it matters. Yeah, let's make a bunch of these. These look cool anyway. I'm gonna make like 300 of them. I feel like that'll be enough. Okay. Alrighty. You know what? I kind of like the elevator not being there right now, because it's kind of cool just to, like, fall down here and glide. Yeah, I like the iron. It's like we've reinforced the staircase. Well, I have 3 on each side here, but it only goes 2 high. Wonder if we should do 3 across. Don't get annoyed with me, guys. I'm sorry. We figured out the colors. I just need to figure out the balance. That's what we're doing now. The balance. If I don't like it, we'll switch back to black rock, but... let's see how we feel about 3... wide on the bottom and top. Okay, don't hate me, but I kind of liked it more the way it was before. So we're gonna go back. You know, it's trial and error. You know, you gotta give it. You gotta guys see how you feel about it? Try it out, you know? We tried it. I liked having more black. Quick little fix. Not a big deal at all. And now we know exactly what to do with the other side. Okay, let's switch over. Dang it. I thought for a second there I was out of blocks. I was like, how, dude? No way I used 300 that fast. The next time you guys see this build, I'm going to be a lot further along. Because we got Dream Snap reviews Monday and Tuesday. And then we got Refresh Day on Wednesday, and I got to make it snap for whatever the new challenge is. So we won't be back on Pokopia until Thursday. And I'll probably have a lot more of this work done. But I'm excited to share it with you. At least you guys got to kind of see, like, you know, how I'm building out the walls and the structures. I doubt I'll be finished. We're still going to be working on this, I'm sure. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to actually be done with the build. I'm going to do stone for all this. Kind of like the same stone we have around. I probably won't... Yeah, I'm not going to work on this right now. Nice. All right, perfect. It's time to start building out the next wall. I think we'll start with this one at the back here. We'll use our filler blocks first. Oh, that's right. This is where my minecart's going to come in, so I got to be careful about that. Actually, I can always build it out and then hollow it out later. Yeah, we'll build it and then I'll dig the minecart tunnel. Because it would look better if I dig through what looks like a natural structure anyway. We're going to have a big corner section back here that comes out. Did not mean to do that. Actually, that's not too bad. I'll just leave it. That's a pretty good cave corner. Yeah, that looks pretty natural. Autumn said, what dimensions did you dig out for this? That is a fantastic question. I have absolutely no idea. I just dug until I felt like it was big enough. So, I really don't know. I just dug down until I hit black rock and then went like 2 more layers down. The bottom of the map is actually 2 squares below this. So we're almost at the bottom. So we went pretty deep, and I actually stopped because on this side of the cave, I hit the bottom of the Team Rocket warehouse, which is now my hydroponic berry farm, where the rocket ship was. So as soon as I hit that, I was like, okay, I think we went far enough. All I know is, you know, and I'm going to have a minecart that goes through there. All I know is that when I was building it, I wanted it to be set up to where if you took the elevator down, you're going to get this crazy view from the elevator. Like, that was one of my concepts for this. And I'm also going to have a minecart system that goes through here and, like, goes under, like, you know, lava falls and, like, over lava ridges. Or, you know, I want it to be, like, a really cool, you know, visual thing when it's all said and done. So I just carved out like a giant box, and now I'm just kind of adding the textures. So what I'm doing with each wall is I'm kind of building out, then I coat it with black rock, and then in the spots where the wall doesn't come out, I dig in a little bit to texturize it that way. So this wall's done. This is how all the walls will look, or at least the texturing is done. I'm going to add crystals and glowing gems to some of the holes. And we're going to add some little lava waterfalls. And wherever the lava is, like this is going to be a lava fall here. It's just filled with gravel for now. Wherever I put lava, we're going to have the lava rocks around it glowing. So in any opening where lava comes out, we'll surround that with lava rocks. And I also have the crystals from the red crystals from the Sableye event. Even though the event hasn't started, if you go to some of the Dream Islands, people have them and you can print them for Pokemetal. And it's like this really beautiful big red crystal. So I'm going to have a bunch of those in here, and some of the blue crystals as well, along with the shimmering stones, and maybe even some of the Skyland stones inside of some of, like, the nooks and crevices to make it look like, you know when you play Minecraft and you come across, like, an amethyst node? Kind of thinking of doing it like that, where, like, anywhere where there's, like, a big hole in the wall, I would love to stick, like, a few kind of enchanting stones in there. So my approach so far has been to start from the top and then build kind of cave structures down. And in areas where there isn't a cave structure, like right here, we're going to hollow it out and kind of dig into the wall a little bit. But as far as the size, yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I just dug until I got tired of digging, and then I was like, all right, I think that's good enough. Once I took a step back and saw, like, how large it was, I was satisfied at that point. I could probably measure it for you, though. Ask me that same question next stream. Sometime over the weekend, I will, I'll count the blocks at the base, and I'll see how, and then I'll count the blocks up, and I'll do the math, and I'll find out exactly how big this is. As of right now, sadly, I couldn't tell you. Yo, Mr. Bioman, what up, what up? We are working on my fire Pokemon environment. It's a giant cave deep underground in the Withered Waste that is going to have a whole lot of lava and a bunch of, like, gemstones and fun stuff, fun stuff. Right now, we're kind of just texturizing the cave so that it's not like a giant box. Good to see you, Mr. Bioman. Hope you're having a good start to your weekend, my friend. It is Friday today. And once we get all the texturing done, I'll go over this with black rock so that it matches the other side. The only reason we're using different rock for this now is because I have so much of this, and a lot of it's not going to be visible. It's going to be filler. So I like to make the structure of the cave with these rocks I have a lot of extras of. And I have a lot of black rock, but the fact that we're going to be trying to cover this entire cave with it makes me want to use other rocks to start, and then we'll add black rock as the topper. I'm probably going to dig a hole in this later and have lava pouring out of it as well. Are you going to do for 18 types? I'm tired. I worked out, so I'm starving. Dude, I need to get back in the habit of going to the gym. I still have my membership, and I haven't been in months. I'm so out of shape, dude. I'm so out of shape. I really got to get back at it. Because I'm getting older, and if I don't start taking better care of my body, I feel like I'm going to regret it. But props to you for hitting the gym, my friend. Ooh, I could do the firefall, like, right here where we have this big opening. That would be pretty cool. And I might do a lava pond down there. Well, let's carve out... Let's texturize this spot over here. One of these days, when I'm actually done with the Withered Wasteland, I'm going to make a YouTube tour of the entire thing. And I really hope the algorithm likes it, because I put a stupid amount of work into this region. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now for this section. I would want the lava waterfall to be up high, so we're going to carve pretty large here. I mean, what do you call a lava fall? Is it just lava fall? I don't know why I always say waterfall. Like, I'll say lava waterfall, but it's really more of like a... It's just a lava fall. Yeah, this one's gonna be pretty big. Oh, nope. Into the hole. There's another hole. Okay, all right. All right, well. All right, so we got the outline carved. All right, no, we started here. We didn't get all the way to the bottom. There we go. Now I get the outline carved. Yeah, that's going to be a big hole. Might be a good idea to start from the top. Maybe punch my way down. It's going to be a lot faster than using magnemite. I would roll out, but I feel like I would just miss and like roll down and carve rocks. I'm not trying to carve here. Oh. Yeah, I think that saved us a little bit of time. I'm gonna try it. Okay, nice. I'm gonna fall in a hole, I think. Oh, I missed it. Let's go. Okay. Let's carve out where the lava's going to come from first. Let me look at it from back here. So elevator's going to be here. I know you usually look out the right side. Okay. I'm thinking the lava comes out around this whole section. Like pretty close to the top, but wide enough to make either a few different lava falls or one really big one. that should be good enough. I was afraid of that. I didn't mean to do that, but you know what? That's okay. It's just extra texture. Lava's gonna cover that up anyway. Okay, so lava will come straight down all across here. So we'll need to dig out a little ravine at the bottom. And I'm actually going to dig back in here a little bit because I want a little fire Pokemon house behind the lava. Maybe Charizard can live back here. I'm going to raise the roof level up a little bit. So the lava will fall from that up there, but we'll have a little bridge. This will all be like a lava pond down here. But we'll have a little bridge that goes... Or maybe we can just access it from right here. Get behind the lava this way. Yeah, there we go. We're going to keep the natural cave feel by not removing every block in the area, just the ones in the middle. Some of the ones on the outside we'll keep in. Could be a cool home for a Magmortar as well. And we can just put a habitat in here so that they can live in here. You don't need to do like a door or any of that. Alright, so behind the lava fall, we'll have this little Pokemon house. I'm going to texturize the ceiling in here just a little bit, though. What are you aiming at, bro? I'm pretty sure I can reach that with my fists. Alright, this will be the last layer. There we go. Good cave feel, plenty of room. Now we just need to figure out the lava pond. You know what, I am gonna fill this in a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna be here with Blackrock later, so there's no need to do this. I don't know why I'm doing it. Okay. So lava will come down all along here. So it'll land right here. And we can have it kind of go into the cave a little bit. I'm gonna give him a little lava pool back here. There we go, nice little lava pool. Just kind of carving the outline of the pond. Actually, I'm going to keep using magnemite for this because I like the accuracy. I say that and then I miss. Damn it. There we go. All right, that's our lava pond right there. And of course, inside of the pond, we'll want a couple little stones, little platforms here and there. Usually, with water, I can hop in there and add them, but with lava, the moment I hop in, I just die, so we're going to add them early. There we go. All right, pretty. Let's zoom out and kind of get a visual of what we have here. Okay, pretty good size lava pool. Good opening for the lava fall. Cave texture's good. Yeah, I think this section's done. Let's grab some. Let's get some black rock and fill it up. Okay, how much do I have? Oh, I got plenty. I got plenty. We don't have to grab any. Yeah, once it's all said and done, you guys, we'll also, all these little areas where we go deeper in the cave like this, we're going to add the shimmering stones and in spots that are 4 squares wide like this, I'm going to put the red crystals, the blue crystals. This is going to be a pretty magical cave system when it's all finished. And to really show off the beauty, I'll have a minecart system you can ride through it. I can't wait for that. That way when I do the YouTube tour, I can just like ride the cart through here and show it off. That'd be cool. You know, let's put the black rock on our hot bar. And the food. There we go. This is the satisfying part. Beats digging. I don't know why. This is just like really relaxing. I love just swapping these blocks out. Looking pretty good. Now around the mouth of the magma fall, we're going to use some of the magma blocks. So we'll hold off on that for now. We're not going to do anything on this wall because we got to texturize that. We're going to focus on what we got right here. There we go. Oh, I think I missed a spot. Okay, nice. Now, do I have that glowing... Do I have the glowing lava rocks? I don't. Let's grab a few of those. I went to the Arcanine Island so many times to get all these. Now for the area around the lava pond, we're going to be using a few of these. There we go. That should be pretty good. We don't need to worry about the ones on the bottom because we're not going to be able to see those. So I'll just go regular black rock on those. Alright. So we've created a nice little lava fall coming out of the cave mouth there. Lava lands down here, makes a little lava pond. And we might make a little lava creek that runs through here too, but this wall looks pretty good. This wall looks pretty good. It'll look better once we actually hit it with the lava, but let me see it from the elevator. Yeah, that should look pretty cool. I am wondering, though... Oh, can I not rotate these? I guess it's the way I face is what determines how it shows up. Like what side of it shows. Trying to make sure they're not all the same. Like all the ones down here on the bottom. Well, the lava will cover these, so that's fine. This one... It's alright, it's alright. Alright, I think that's a good stopping point for today. We got a lot of work done. Tiger Lily says, have you moved most of your Pokemon to Withered Wasteland? No, not really. It's just the ones that have always been here. I've only moved the useful ones, like ones I need. Since this is my main base of operations, we're done working on the fire habitat for now, so I can tell you which ones I moved over. Also, Smiles, I'm sorry I missed your first time chat when you came in. I was really locked in on this project. I was doing so good with keeping up with chat earlier today, like while I was working on this, but as soon as we started hitting this wall, I got so sucked in. So for those of you that have been chatting with me and I've been over here not being the best to read in chat, I do apologize. I got hyper-focused again. But before I head out, I can catch up with you guys. So if there's anything you guys asked while I was very focused on this project, let me know now. Also, Crispy Crispin, hello, hello. So for those of you asking what I'm working on, I carved out this giant, like, box underground. And this is the Withered Wasteland area. And if you check out my area... you'll see that it's not really the best for fire Pokemon. Like, my Withered Wasteland is very heavily nature-inspired. There's a lot of greenery, there's a lot of water. And fire Pokemon just, it feels like they don't have a good place to live here. So I wanted to kind of go, like, above and beyond, because, you know, I have Charizard here and some of my other faves. And I was like, you know, I want to make a good home for them. As of right now, they're all just living in this cave. So... I carved out this huge section. I'm going to have this underground fire Pokemon habitat that's going to have an elevator. It's going to have a minecart system that runs through it. There's going to be magma falls and magma ponds and like glowing gemstones, and it's going to be crazy when it's done. I'm really excited about the details. I already know what kind of fun blocks I'm going to use and some other fun decor. But there's going to be little Pokemon homes hidden about. Like, what we just finished over here is behind this, there's going to be a lava fall, a very wide one, that comes down right here. And it's going to fall into this big pond, a big lava pond. And there's going to be a little entryway here on the side where you can go behind the lava fall. And there's going to be a Pokemon home back here. So one of the Pokemon will live back here. I'll give them a bed and some fun stuff. And the other ones, I don't know, I'm going to make little homes for them all about. Like, I'm going to make some little, like, hills in here. Some of them, I might even put a house down here. Like, build some kind of, like, you know, fire temple or something. I don't know. I could do the flame altar, but I'd rather not put that down here. I kind of want this to be all custom. So, yeah, it's going to be a really fun place for my fire Pokemon. And then once this is done, I can resume, making things perfect for the grass and water types. Now, for the other question that was asked, I know Tiger Lily was wondering if I've moved all my Pokemon here, or a lot of them. Not really. Most of the Pokemon that I unlocked in other areas stayed in other areas. The only ones I've gone out of my way to bring over here are the Pokemon that have a very important use that I need all the time. So, for example, Smeargle, he can paint my furniture and recognize patterns. So he lives in my mansion. Mewtwo lives here because he can teleport me to any Pokemon I need to see in this area. I moved Mosslax over here because you want to feed Mosslax every day, and I got tired of having to go to the beach every day to do that. So I made a little temple for Mosslax over here on this cliff. Let's see, who else? I moved Chef Dente here because if you cook with Chef Dente, you get a chance to double all the food you cook. And since I do most of my crafting and cooking here, it just makes a lot of sense to have Chef Dente here. So he actually lives in this little kitchen area. That way I can summon him with honey anytime I cook in my workshop, and we can get double the food. Who else have I moved over? I think that's about it, though. I really just focus on bringing over the Pokemon that I need. Other than that, I've just kept the Pokemon that spawned in this area, which is a lot, because I've spent a lot of time here, so I have had a lot of Pokemon spawn in here. But as far as the ones I actually moved in here, it was more or less the ones that have very useful abilities that I need while crafting, cooking, or just getting random buffs and stuff like that. Mr. Ryan said, I'm 37. I started gym when I was 18 as part of my life. If you want to know, any day is a good day to start. Oh, I know. I was very active in my gym membership. My issue, Mr. Bioman, is I have some rather frustrating health conditions. So, a lot of people don't know this, but I had a lumbar disectomy about a decade ago, and I've got permanent nerve damage in L4 and L5, and I can't even, go to the grocery store and, walk around for 30 minutes without hurting. So, it sucks, dude. It really sucks because, now, I can do some things to exercise, like bike riding. Bike riding is something I can do as long as it's got hydraulic shock, so there's not, a lot of impact. Swimming is good. And I can use any gym equipment as long as it doesn't compress my back. So, when it comes to, going to the gym, one of the main things that has, slowed me down on that is just how limited I am on what exercises I can do. I just need to go back and do what I can, though. I need to go back and do what I can. But, yeah, something as stupid as bringing in groceries or taking out the trash can end up hurting me to where I can't sleep at night. And it just sucks. That's one of the reasons that my schedule can kind of be all over the place. I'm constantly dealing with nerve pain, and I don't want to take opiates again. Before I had my surgery, I was on hydrocodone for 3 years, and I was also getting epidurals and spinal injections. They were doing steroidal injections because I couldn't get the surgery I needed because my insurance had a maximum payout and I'd already hit it. So I did end up getting the surgery eventually, but they were trying physical therapy and spinal injections, and they had me going to a center for pain management. And long story short, when you take opiates for 3 years, you get really dependent on them. And it was really tough. I struggled with addiction. I don't like to talk about it, but I think it's good to discuss it sometimes because there's this stigma with addiction where a lot of people assume, oh, if you were addicted to something, that means you were just partying and just taking drugs. But that's not the case for a lot of people. I was addicted because I had a health issue and I took opiates for 3 years. And it was just, I'm opiate free now, and I have been for a while. But I still have to deal with pain, and I still have to deal with my nerve issues. Ever since my surgery, though, my body has gotten better. It's not perfect. I'm very limited in what I can do. But on the bright side, I don't have to live with chronic pain anymore. As long as I'm very careful, I can keep myself from hurting too much. But I used to spend so much time in the gym. It was actually a stiff-legged deadlift that first... So, as far as how my disc got herniated, when the doctor saw my MRIs, like, they were like, oh, like, were you in a car crash? And it's like, no. The first time I had nerve pain, it was actually late senior year. I was in a body conditioning program, and I had been for like 3 years. I was in really good shape. And when I was doing a stiff-legged deadlift, I popped a disc in my back, and it got misdiagnosed because I was having all this leg pain, and I was young. The doctors told me I just hyperextended a muscle. So they did some physical therapy, which actually made things worse. And I ended up getting the runaround from doctors for a long time because they didn't want to order an MRI because the insurance company wants to try everything first before spending money. And because of that, it took a little bit longer than it should have to get my diagnosis. And then when I finally did get an MRI, it turns out I didn't have one herniated disc, I had two. And the reason my disc ruptured is just because hereditary issues. Like, I just genetically have very weak discs, unfortunately. So I ended up, at the time I was suffering from chronic pain and I had to deal with it for years and I had to take painkillers. Eventually I was able to get a surgery thanks to my family and thanks to some great doctors that were willing to work with us. So I had a lumbar discectomy and they basically just went in and trimmed out all the XX disc that was crushed. I was a little bit too young to get a fusion at the time. And I didn't want to get a fusion because, that's, at that age, that would be very complicated down the road. But the doctor did tell me I would likely need another surgery, when I got older. I haven't had another surgery yet, but it just sucks because, like, when I do go to the gym, I'm just very limited on what I can do. And the last time I went, even though I didn't exert myself or put too much pressure on me, even doing things like sit-ups can sometimes, like, agitate my back. And I had pretty bad nerve pain when I came home, and I couldn't sleep for a couple of days, and then I just haven't gone back since. And that was like 8 months ago. I just need to tough it out and go back and be more careful. Priscilla Crossing said, how do you get the hedge recipes? I have not got them yet. There is not a recipe for most plants. So when it comes to plants, Priscilla, to my knowledge, there is not a recipe. There's seeds. And as far as how to get seeds, you got to check your shop in the dailies. Like today, I actually had purple mountain flower seeds. So you can get hedge seeds this way too. Another way you can get hedges is if you spend 500 Pokegold and you build a relaxing park kit. That actually comes with a bunch of hedges. Let me show you. So I have a relaxing park kit back here, and I've taken a lot of the hedges off it. But when you build the relaxing park kit, this is what you get. You get this raised platform with these flowers, this Chansey topiary, 2 trees, and you get a line of hedges all the way around the park. Now, unfortunately, that's not the best way to get hedges because you're talking 500 Pokegold per one of these, and that's a lot for a few hedges. So if you're curious about how I got all of my hedges, I have spent about 5,000 Pokemetal printing flowers and bushes. So hedges can be printed for 4 Pokemetal each, and I've printed probably 200 of them. So most of the hedges you see have been printed with Pokemetal, and since they're not like a craftable item, you can't craft them. You can get seeds for them, or you can make the relaxing park kit to get them that way. But none of the bushes or flowers in the game can be crafted. They can only be grown. Jan said, Jim, dang, I'm making lasagna and Oreo cheesecake. Dude, that sounds so good. I want some lasagna. I just got groceries in this morning. They just delivered them this morning. Guru said that happens more often than people think. That's horrible. Are you talking about the misdiagnosis? Yeah, it's really bad. And one of the big reasons people get misdiagnosed and things end up getting missed for a while is because currently the way our healthcare system is set up in the US is it's entirely set up to save insurance companies money. Like, doctors could immediately do the test you ask for, but there's like a checklist they have to do first per the insurance company, because the insurance company won't pay out unless they try other things. And they always want to go with the cheaper methods first. You could be paying for your insurance for 10 years in a row, and the moment you go to the doctor, they're going to want to do the cheapest thing possible for you. You know, unless you're like somebody that can afford one of those plans that's like $2,000 a month, where it's just like gold, super platinum, ultimate rich person insurance, where they're just, you get the best of the best and they'll do whatever you say. But your standard insurance, you know, $200, $300, $400, whatever it may be, they're going to cut corners and try to save money as best they can. Insurance is such a racket, dude. I hate it. That's one thing I would love to see changed in our society. I don't care, you know, where you stand politically, whether you're on the left or right. All people are welcome here. I think, you know, that's one thing I've always prided myself on as a creator is I meet people from all walks of life, and politics can be so polarizing, so we don't really talk about it. But I think one of the biggest problems with modern politics is like people, it's so brain dead to just view one side or the other as just inherently bad or inherently stupid. That's so far from the truth that it's crazy. Personally, I'm an independent, but you know, I don't subscribe to either ideology, but it's crazy to me that so many people out there are so consumed with politics that they will literally hate their own family members and friends just because they align with a different political party. It's insane to me. So I've always welcomed people from all political walks of life, you know, into my channel. Now, I know wanting healthcare reform is an inherently left-wing thing, but again, I'm an independent, and the reason I would love to see the healthcare system change in our country is because right now, it's literally set up to maximize profit. It's set up to benefit insurance companies above the civilian population, or you know, I'm not saying there's a perfect solution out there. You know, if we did do something like Medicare for all, like, there's problems with that too. I just don't like the system we have now, because that's one of the reasons that I'm in the situation I'm in. That's one of the reasons I, you know, struggled for so long and have dealt with the health issues I've dealt with. If insurance companies weren't so hung up on saving as much money as possible, my life could have turned out different. So yeah, I'm pretty passionate about that. But it is what it is. Now, if we can get the white rice versus brown rice, now that's an intense conversation. Yeah, I'm not gonna tolerate any white rice slander around here. That's one thing I won't stand for. You are evil if you hate white rice. I mean, brown rice is definitely better for you, you know, but white rice is not inherently bad. That's what I'm trying to tell people. They don't get it, man. They don't get it. They're evil. They have so much hate in their heart, they can't see past their hatred of white rice. It is what it is, though. All right, well, it is 8 o'clock. We streamed for a little bit extra today. We ended up going, you know, I went live on time, went live around 3:30. So usually we would stream until 6:30, but we went for about an extra hour and 40 minutes. But we got a lot done in the cave, which is very exciting, which means the next time you guys see this build, I will probably be almost done with the cave, and I'm going to be very excited to share it with you when we do get to that point. I work for dental and vision insurance, but medical insurance is still a mystery to me, says Ashley. Yeah. It's also weird to me that we have, like, a completely separate insurance for teeth. Why? Like, is that not health? Like, is tooth health not like, or eyes, you know? I'm sure there are some plans out there that cover everything, you know, but it's just funny to me that there's like dental insurance, eye insurance, and health insurance, because teeth and eyes are not part of your health. They're just little privileges. It's so weird, bro. The world is a weird place. Bunny said dental insurance is a joke too. Dude, all insurance is, to be fair. Like, I mean, I understand the necessity of insurance, like car insurance, you know? Like, if we didn't have car insurance, well, if somebody hit my car, I just have to shoot them, and that would be that. But thankfully, that's not the world we live in, because we have insurance. But all insurance, their prerogative, you know, like the job of the goal of insurance companies at the end of the day is to make money. They're companies. They need to appease their shareholders. They need to generate revenue. And if you pay out more than you're getting in, well, your company will not survive. So I'm not really big on for-profit health, but it does have benefits as well that you can't ignore. When it comes to, you know, money in the healthcare system, it's good for innovation. So that's the thing. The world's not black and white, you know. I can look at the healthcare system here in our country and recognize that it's flawed, but I can also acknowledge that there's not really just an easy blanket solution that just fixes everything. Every solution, every change is bound to come with its own new issues. But I feel like, you know, for the most part, the people that are happiest with health insurance are the people that can, you know, the people that can afford it easily. Which I didn't know this, but apparently since I'm self-employed, I don't even have insurance right now. I'm likely going to get it again this year because Jordan paid way less in taxes because since we're both self-employed, everything she spent on healthcare, they deducted from what she owed. And apparently that's if you're self-employed, then whatever you spend covering your health insurance is not just tax deductible, it's literally taken off of what you owe, which is huge. So if I'm going to be giving that money to the government anyway, I might as well put it towards health insurance. So I'm definitely going to do that this year. I just haven't had the time yet. I just did my taxes, and then I found that out. She paid so much less than me. I was like, bro, like we didn't make that much of a different amount. To be fair, we have free medical care, but teeth and eyes are not part of that. We paid for that. Oh, really? Like in Europe? So the healthcare provided by, where are you, Miss Bug? Are you in Europe? Canada? Okay. That's weird too. So you guys get medical coverage, but when it comes to like your teeth and your eyes, they're like, nah. The world is weird, dude. The world is a weird place. All right. Well, I'm going to hop off of here and have some dinner. I'm going to have some dinner. We made some great progress. I'm going to work on it a little bit more this weekend. Keep an eye out, you guys. Like I mentioned, on the weekends, if you are a channel member on YouTube, I am going to be dropping short, quick little videos. I will have one out tomorrow. I'm not sure what the topic of tomorrow's member video will be. I'll have to think about it tonight. I've been thinking about this week, but I'm not sure. Because last week I covered my opinion on the new update, but like, what am I, you know, like, what do I talk about this time? I could always just get into, you know, my plans for future videos and content and just touch base with everybody. That might be the idea. I might make a member exclusive video that just talks about the new DreamSnap guide I have coming out. And maybe even talk about what we have in the roadmap coming up. You know, that would be a fun one. But yeah, the member videos are just unscripted. You know, it's usually me running around in the valley while talking about things that are relevant to channel members or, you know, viewers. What have you. But yeah, I'll either way, I'll let you guys know. And I'll share it in Discord whenever it's done. Now, tomorrow's Saturday, so aside from the member-exclusive video, I'm going to try to get started on the DreamSnap guide I've been talking about. So, hopefully I can get the script all wrote out tomorrow. And I would love to make a new Pokopia short, too. Maybe tonight, like off-stream, I can finish decorating the Seaside Cafe, or yeah, maybe tonight I can do the interior of the Dockside Cafe here, and then give a tour of that in a TikTok or YouTube short tomorrow. Might do that. I was also thinking about on some weeks where we don't have much to talk about. I want to ask the channel members on YouTube about this, but I was wondering how you guys would feel about member-exclusive short videos. Like, I could show, like, you know, in a YouTube short, I could show, like, my stream setup, or I could show my studio. At the end of the day, you know, like I mentioned before, I want the main focus of the memberships to provide people with a way to connect with me more and, you know, kind of know me better as a person and as a creator. So, short-form content could be really good for that. Might do, like, a longer video every other week and then a short every other week. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Either way, I'm gonna do member exclusive content for you guys because it was on the docket and I told you I was, so I'm still planning on doing it. Alright. Well, that should be it for today. As always, you guys, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you very much. We hit 149 consecutive goals today. That is absolutely huge. That means Monday will be big 150. That's crazy to me. I did not expect to get to 150. I mean, not even 130. So 150 is wild. We'll be doing Snap reviews on Monday. I think it's going to be a very busy week for Snap reviews, to be honest. I'm expecting to get a lot of snaps, just like we did on the what was the other one? The illusion challenge. I'm expecting to see a lot, just like we did on the illusion challenge. All right. Well, I'll see you guys Monday, or maybe on YouTube tomorrow, or TikTok with a new short. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. We'll catch you soon. Ta-ta for now.